We'll probably be doing Product Zomboid soon. I don't think we're going to be able to get this run wrapped up before the Product Zomboid stuff happens, unless I, like, really, really gun for it. And I feel like if I just beeline right for the ending, it's going to be kind of non-satisfactory versus the continuing to, like, slowly build and work through it. So with that said, there was one mod change I made since the last time. I did add more gene information. And the only thing you need to know about this is it doesn't change any game mechanics. It changes the UI for the gene screen. And basically the only thing it does is it adds where I can choose what pawn I'm going to be changing the genes for. And it lets me know what the results will be. And it really only comes into play when I'm changing something other than a baseliner. The base game, you're just kind of going, you know, what is this going to result? Well, you just have to memorize everything. And so by adding this mod, when we go to change, like, for example, we have an Impid and we have a Hussar, and we well, the Hussar will just replace it, and a Dirt Mole, that when we go to replace those, I'll actually be able to see here. Like, and the only reason I held off is it puts this icon down here that shows the potential offspring and, like, what the potential results are and all that. I don't use this, but when I have this mod loaded, everyone's like, what's the sperm icon in the corner? It's like, look, man, I don't even want that functionality, but the rest of it's worth putting up with. So the idea here is, for example, if I go to Recombine, I could go Select Pawn, and we can go to Draconic, who's an Impid. So we look here, and I might be like, alright, well, you have slow wound healing, super fast wound healing. So what that tells me is that this would make it a -5 if I just did that one thing. And they're also sad, so if I made them happy, well, now it'd be a -10. Needless to say, that's going to be pretty awful to try and overcome. I'd have to do all of this to make it neutral. But with that, I could actually tell what my results would be. Otherwise, it's sitting there going, okay, so this one counters that one counters this one. I wouldn't be able to see that information, and so it is guesswork. This one isn't too bad, because these ones are straightforward. That one's the opposite of that one's the opposite of this one. But there are times that there will be stuff that conflicts with each other that's not super obvious. So to catch people up to where we're at in the game, I'm on a drug cache area. We haven't gone in yet. The ship has grown a lot. You might recognize that the previous ship was like this spot right here, and then this spot right there. And that was the entirety of the ship. But we have added a lot to that area. We've gotten 2 grav cores, so I got an extender, and then buried here somewhere is I've got a power source as well. Not quite enough to fully run the entire ship, you know, without support. But yeah. So we have been going. We can technically do the finale whenever. I have found the mech hive, but we're not ready for that. I need to get vac suits going. I need to get all that stuff. There was a quest for a shield generator I really wish we could have made happen. But, it's one of those things where it's just, we had to go south to replenish our food, and it's like, okay, let's accept this quest, and then I put it on a tile that literally has no grow season ever. We were down, like, here-ish. And so it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, I can go up and do that, but we were going to potentially start running out of food. Or I can go south and deal with the food. And then we had other stuff going on. I was like, okay, I accept we're just not getting the shield generator. Hey, DG, how's it going? Alright, before we get too far, everyone in here. Because we haven't checked this out. We've got almost all of our field planted and everything. So we're going to pop on down while that's all growing. Okay, so Will can hack, so you start hacking that one. Moriarty can hack, so you start hacking that one. Jay Walker can hack, so you start hacking that one. Alright, well, that's... There's really nothing in here? Usually there's always a trap in the room there. Not always, but quite often there's a trap. Okay. And Will can start hacking this one. Let's get studied for gun turrets. Let's get everyone over here. All right. Shambler's approach. We'll need to deal with that in a minute. So you go smack that. Move. All right. Then get the others in place over here. Okay, so in this case, all of you get back here. Nicely done. I believe that's all of it. Okay, and just double checking, make sure we didn't miss any safes or component boxes or anything like that, because that went really fast and really smooth. Let's go ahead and undraft everyone. Make sure once again that we've allowed everything. Yeah, so honestly, for an underground cache, it's a pretty uneventful one. We did get quite a bit of goodies out of it, which is always a plus, so grab all of this. Got our medicine, got a bunch of drugs, got a little bit of steel, got a book. And we got a biomutation lance I'll probably never use. We'll chuck the bugs out of here. Alright, so there are shamblers down here. The only unfortunate side is they are relatively close to the door. It does say that they're only going to be here for like 11 hours, so there's a good chance they'll straight up die before anything happens here. But we are trying to keep our eyes out for a hermit crab, because they're a venerated animal. You only see a stone crab so far. Yeah, I'm not too fussed about actually attacking those things. Okay. So we got everything worthwhile out of there. Now I gotta work on hauling it all back. Okay, but other things we got is we do have a sanguiphage in the basement. We are waiting for them to become available to start pulling genes from, because they have robust and a bunch of other good stuff we would like to grab. If we don't get it, not super fussed, but it would be helpful. Hey, if you could just go ahead and haul that back for me. And you haul this back. Hit gate opening. Well, that's not my favorite. Alright, so nearby. Put them in the nearby zone. Reschedule everyone to the nearby zone. So I'll need to deal with this. Then after that, I would like to grab this stuff before it rots. The one big downside here is that there is no real defensive choke point, whatever you want to go with, at all to work with. Like, the best I got is this little corridor here, but as you can see, they can just walk around, so it's not going to do much good. So this is probably going to be like a rolling retreat kind of engagement. So just going to keep everyone relatively rallied together. Stop hitting on Draconic Dork and getting rebuffed. I need you to stop it. You're just endlessly hitting on them and just getting angrier by the day. I'll see schedule, unrestrict. Go grab that. Then schedule, unrestrict. Go grab this. Then you schedule, unrestrict. Go grab this. I don't mind the rest of that rotting, but the medicine and that book would be good to make sure I bring back. So it seems you missed some things? Yeah, you definitely weren't kidnapped. It was one of those situations you were just by the edge of the map when a raid happened, and they knocked you down and took off immediately versus actually fighting anything out. And so it's just like, hey, thanks game. Oh, I did that early. So give everyone a second, eat your food, get your sleep, do what you're gonna do your self-care. Alright. So with that, like I said, there's not really a good position for me to fight from. So this is gonna kind of be fight out in the open, do what damage you can, back off. Keep repeating the process. Have our melee kind of just tied up as much as possible. The Shambler should just disintegrate on their own. That's what I was afraid of. We don't have the combat boost or anything to use. And it's foggy rain, so our accuracy is going to be massively penalized. You, get in the back. Come on, kids, get in the back. No, 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 cancel that, cancel that, cancel that. Oh, Tech, you are in such trouble. Nope, Annabelle's still there. Okay. So the immediate first wave, we have managed to not die, but, like, it was definitely an absolute mess. I don't know how bad it was. So we got a lot of really badly hurt people. You need immediate medical attention. Who's our best doctor these days? Will is, but they're badly hurt. Probably the best we got available. Get treating as fast as you can, man. Glad you missed this nightmare. But you're able to also have the longest pun run ever made. Yeah. I mean, it happens. Hey, don't go to bed. Like, everybody's bleeding. Patch up as many people as you can. Alright. Everyone is doing their medical. The good news here is all of us have at least, like, fast wound healing at this point. Alright, tend to them. And Tech was in the worst shape. Okay, they're all being treated, so Draconic is the only one who still needs to be treated, who isn't already in progress. Alright, so it looks like everyone's gonna live, surprisingly. Because when it popped down as a bunch of the splitting ones, I debated the rolling retreat, and I'm like, you know, I was worried about the kids being too slow, or someone, you know, I didn't check to see if anyone had, like, food poisoning or anything ahead of time, so I was like, okay, will it actually turn out alright? Alright, so you go get your unique weapon back, you can get your assault rifle back. You're gonna be down for a minute. But I need everyone to get patched up relatively quickly. And then we need to be able to get back in there. I wonder if that just bleeds out if it still splits. I never had that happen. I assume it does. But normally it's the actual hit that makes it go. Yep, that's exactly what it does. So quickly pop over here, finish those three off. Okay. Disease infection, surprising absolutely no one. With that many cuts, the odds that we didn't get an infection were pretty low. And our best doctor is you. You have... maybe you don't do it. Alright, who is our next best doctor who is not currently, like, shredded to ribbons? Okay, I mean... We'll have you tend to them, and then pre-health them. Disease... I'm okay with you doctoring, but like... Why is it every single time we have a big fight, it's like, by the way, blight your corn. You have a bunch of people hurt? Have you considered blight your corn? Yeah, no, it's the storyteller being the storyteller. It's just that specifically has been that exact same thing a bunch of times where it's like, oh, it feels very targeted at this point. Hey, Alex, how's it going? Alright, I want you to start... What? Why are you moving slowly? Oh, well, in that case, just shoot it. Hey, Tech, how's it going? I'm trying to have them go to this edge of the field so if they get delayed, it can't spread more than it already has. Alright. Stop leaving these things unfinished. Okay, so with that... Okay, so let's check on our people. We had 2 infections. That was... So Jaywalker has a minor infection. You're leading by a very large margin. Was it? Yeah, and you have a minor infection. And both of you were leading. We're gonna go ahead and burn our glitter. Hey, Draconic. Just so it doesn't get back up and attack the kids or anything. Got a few weeks off? Gotcha. Let's see. Haul that. And haul that. Alright. Making good progress. Glad you missed the start again. I assure you, you like that part usually a lot, but Twitch has issues showing you notifications, especially when watching a VOD. It seems to not show you your going live notification. You only see pop up in your favorites left when the left it's too late. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, I do generally start at exactly the same time every day. Like if it's not at that time, it's just a couple minutes after. So it is pretty straightforward that it's like 7 p.m. EST pretty much every day. If it's not right, then it'll be like a couple minutes from that time. Okay, trying to keep that room maximum clean for best 10s. And you are pissed off because you observed a lot of rotting corpses. Yep, no, and that's one of those things I try and do deliberately. It's one of the things I tend to advise other creators is like, very genuinely, one of the most important things you can do is be consistent. Well, the best way to grow your channel is just consistency. You know, because people don't know when to tune in. They won't. Yep, you also don't have to be in time. You get there when you get there. Alright, so... the Flake and the Yayo. Do you have anything for me, though? It's not looking like a yes, unfortunately. Alright, take the rest of the flake. Are there any of these ones we didn't want? We got 2 instances of that one, so I give one of them up. Okay. Let me copy your notes. Yep. Man, that observe the corpse is such a punch. Alright, so right now we're just trying to wait out. Both of our melee pawns got infections. They're both solidly doing, like, you can drop your medicine down a lot. Same to you, honestly. So I want to wait till our melee pawns are up and ready to rock and roll. The children won't heal as fast because we haven't gone and changed their xeno germs or anything like that. I usually won't do that till they're adults just because it knocks them down for a couple of days, during which there's not a whole lot they can do about anything. Yeah, so it's just the infections now. That's all that's left here. And research-wise, we're making a lot of progress. You can see we've got most of the research done in the game. I'm missing some random ones here, like recurve bow and heavy bridges and gun turrets and yada yada. But all in all, we're filling in most stuff. We haven't gotten our advanced fabrication yet, which once we have the advanced fabrication, what's up? Are we on track to an ending now? We are working our way towards Odyssey. Technically, at any time, I can attempt the Odyssey ending, but we're not really in that great of a shape for doing the Odyssey ending. It is just kind of a war of attrition on that one. We'll probably want proper armor for it. The vac suits do okay, but you are fighting almost exclusively mechs. I mean, you are fighting exclusively mechs. So it is kind of one of those things that it can be pretty rough if you're not careful. Alright. So you're about to be in the clear. And the kids are about to be in the clear as well. So we're giving everyone just a chance to get healed up, do some learning, recreation, all their stuff they need to get done. Alright, honestly, that's probably good enough. Get in the murder hole. No, it's just rotting out there. Yeah, it's got a big movement speed penalty, like a very significant movement speed penalty. As far as armor goes, it's just okay. It's not good. Oh, hey, you just ran right past some enemies I didn't even see. It's having you do a really quick peek around to see if we can't find the boss right away. Alright, so no obvious boss location. Alright, get into position back here. You two be ready to... So we're just going to start cleaning up goop all around us, open the space up. There can be really good treasure down in pit gates. And that's where you find the treasure. In this case, we found a skull. Well, we found a body. Alright. Jaywalker check here. What's your deal? Okay, no obvious negatives. Get back to clearing. Alright, have them position here. Alright, so run over here. Okay, still not warned about anything potentially threatening there. So you got a turret pack. We'll force you to equip the turret pack. They can be highly useful. And this specific location being well placed, it can be highly useful because you can chuck it behind you and let the enemies go bang on it while you run away. There's most likely nothing over there. Yep. All right. Grab you two, run you way up here. They're just going around, clearing this out. Alright, so the boss is back there. I'm going to actually say I want to loot this place more. So let's go up here, go orders, mark this and say this is the boss area. That's where the boss is. We've got an area down here we can clear, an area over there we can clear, and over there. So let's go ahead and we just want to peek around. This place can have some really good goodies. It's a really good place for looking for like bionic limbs, architect limbs, other random stuff like that. keeping it on your map does present a certain amount of risk, because it does cause enemies to spawn every so often on the surface, but the rewards are definitely worth it. So I need to get everyone out of here soon. They're starting to starve. We'll do this one last spot and then we'll get out of here. Let our people recoup. Okay, good enough. Climb on out. Give a chance to rest, eat, all that kind of garbage. Alright. Yeah, because I always have mood breaks and all that from being ravenously hungry and sleepy. Alright. We got this area to clean. There's an area up there. There's an area over there. Maybe an area down here. Didn't find anything too exciting yet, but usually we end up making out pretty well doing those. And we're honestly at a point with that particular encounter that as long as we're careful and we keep some kind of a bottleneck, then it's usually not too bad. Oh, you guys are getting close to aging up, aren't you? Yeah, so you're getting pretty close to aging up to 7 years old, and you got a little bit longer. I need more go juice. That's actually one of the things that's disappointed. Part of the reason I wanted to go down here, because Tech here is a Hussar. And they require go juice when they become an adult to live. That's just something we're gonna have to deal with. Oh, did we get everyone converted already? Yep. Okay, so everyone's doing their recreation now real fast. Alright, let's grab everyone. Back into the hole. Because like I said, once the hole sits long enough, it will spawn more enemies. So it's good for us to hop down here and be kind of aggressive about it. Come on. Okay. Start moving you over here, grab all of you, scooch on up. Got our loot node here. Bionic Eye. So I'll pick that up. Yeah, Bionic Eye's not bad. We do have someone who has a scratched eye. I believe it's one of my melee pawns, though, which isn't the most important one for that. Okay, let's work on this area over here first. There's a possibility when I puncture this area that might be getting us into the opening the boss is in. It's not super likely, but it's not out of the question either. All right. That's fine. More junk. Probably go into this last area from this angle. How badly did you get cut? Just a minor cut. Alright, so we got that one last little area there, little spot here, little spot there, and then the boss. So we'll probably find one, maybe two more loot nodes. Maybe three if there's a whole area back here, which I hadn't really accounted for. Would you stop just giving me corpses? You got a very long loot table to pull from. Okay. So I see that we're starving. We need to get out of here soon. I am going to go ahead and have us do one last push to this spot. We're not going to go for the boss this trip. I'm going to want to get back to where I'm not starving so I don't have anyone mood break after the fight. Because once the fight's over, you only get so much time to get out before the whole thing collapses around you. There might be another one in there. You eat food real fast. Fire? Oh, dry thunderstorm happening up top. Boo! Come on, game. I'm in the middle of a fight, so I can't really back off right now. Okay, all of you, get back out here. It's fine, you need to go ahead and get stuff dealt with anyways. We got a little bit of an area to loot up here still. Then the boss room. It's a bit annoying that they dropped that vac suit in the door. And then that caught fire. Goodness, I don't think it got damaged too much. But still, it's a little bit of a waste. Insane rambling, because you're greedy for an impressive bedroom. Why? Well, now you can't put it up on the shelf because it's too damaged. And I've got restricted to not do that. So you did get treated, right? Okay, let's grab... Because we get kind of tired of this leaving junk out there like that. You put 2 shelves in here for unfinished items. I'm honestly surprised that fire is managing to keep going despite the foggy rain. Yeah, and all the penalties for observing the corpses from down below. A set owner. Burning Sun. That owner. What I can do is you're a medical bed now. You're a medical bed now. That's fine. And you're a medical bed now. I need everyone to take a second to do their self-care. No, we really got to get back in there. But otherwise, we'll get a bunch of these raids that'll be no good for anybody. Order. Allow. Just all the rambling and all that. It should improve as I'm getting more and more people to have their own bedrooms and all that. They'll have less instances of just chilling by each other, getting interrupted sleep and whatnot. And unfortunately, this room's not quite to the point of impressive yet. It's only decent. We are going to need art for that purpose. And then right now the plan is for one of those kids to potentially take on art. Because we do have everyone having a penalty against art, basically due to their, what I've been using to get them set up. Yeah, so you're all hauling stuff. How are you doing? You're hauling steel. I really should have Jaywalker involved. You should be done pigging out soon. You've been going for a while. So I can get you, because I don't want to take on the last part without both my melee pawns to be able to tie things up. There's a lot of rough stuff up there. Did you finish pigging out already? Okay. You're done pigging out. Everyone, back in the murder hole. That's a new one. And I know better than try and keep the ones that split as the thing for keeping contained. They almost always go hostile, and then when they do, like, break out hostile, and when they do, it almost always escalates out of control. Hoping that you'll step out for a minute. They have lots of research in Bioferrite, though. Devs definitely are trying to tempt you into bad decisions. Yeah, like, if you could sit there and get one, like, shatter its spine or whatever, where you don't have to worry about it, it'd be worth considering. But so far, I've not managed to pull it off with that one. The Devourer is the one I've been the most excited when I got one with a shattered spine one time. They had a Devourer that I'd never had to worry about trying to escape. Okay, you should be able to shoot that in just a second. Just needs to go like one tile farther down. Of course, if any of them is going to come, they're both going to come at the same time. Okay. I do hate when they do that. When they go past all your people, blocking the way for your back line. It's fine. It is pretty annoying when you're like, you've got your people up front, they're just like, nope, I know, go to the back one. The back one's the one that matters. Which it's fair, because it's true. And how badly you two get hurt. Minor scratches on both of you. Why is it that you are always starving? Oh, right. Because you're the one who's a hybrid who has, like, a ridiculous amount of hunger. Yeah, never mind. That checks out. They've got, like, 175 hunger. It's like, soothe. Alright, so get you drafted again. You go ahead and go down there and grab that. And then I believe it's going to be boss time. Let's go here and zone. Or orders, remove that. Yeah, so boss is going to be in there. I can try punching through from this side or from that side. There's pros and cons with each. This one gives me more of a firing lane. This one gives me more of a bottleneck. Oh, hey, Draconic. If someone's still shooting there, let's not have you standing there. Alright, so... get everyone down here. That might actually work out pretty well. I'm honestly curious if this will just end up being a, another little area we can check out. There's that spot, and like I said, this is the spot with the boss in it. Okay. Alright, so this actually works out pretty okay. This gives me a bit of a bottleneck. So you can potentially engage the boss, and then back up here, then engage the boss, and back up here. You get the idea. We should be able to kite it a little bit. I know you're getting mad. Give me a moment. Alright, so orders allow all. Undraft everyone. Go here. Exit the cave. Everyone out. Items. Grab the chem fuel, grab the shards, grab the bioferrite, grab the steel, I guess. Grab the tiny bit of gold. And that's all the value that we didn't already grab. And be fast about it because these walls are going to open, and more than likely we've missed a couple of enemies. The good news is there's not that much to take, so it looks like they've already got basically all of it. Alright. Then meanwhile... if I can have you go ahead and seal that for me, I'd appreciate it. So I can get both of those off my map. Yeah, so there's probably a little bit over here that we overlooked, maybe something back there. But I feel like we did a pretty thorough investigation. We did get a bionic eye, but that was about the only thing we got. Also, I appreciate that it doesn't say medical treatment needed over here, despite us having multiple people bleeding right now. One of my classic frustrations on RimWorld is, hey man, someone's injured. Don't tell me that they don't need treatment. As long as someone's bleeding, I expect to see medical treatment needed over here. And as long as someone has a disease that's not patched up, I also expect to see medical treatment needed over there. Cool, so we got that sealed. And then that's about to collapse. Alright. We got major break risks because ugly environment and all that. Just needs to be cleaned up. Let's also go over here and go zone, dumping stockpile, low, clear, allow fresh, no, corpses, everything but human, because you already have a place to dump the human corpses somewhere. Yeah, the human corpses are down there. That way they get these ones that are rotting out of here. Yeah, so it's gonna take you a minute. Yeah, because you got a big penalty due to observed corpses, elite expectations, recreation unfulfilled, and that's just because of going in and out, in and out, in and out real fast. Okay, major brick risk on you. Rot stink lingering, that'll go away. Yeah, because the barracks dropped to mediocre when I made it sterile floors. I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm not going to switch it back now. That doesn't feel like a smart move. So that wants to be limestone floor. We do have limestone on the map, though. So we'll just let them continue working on that. And we're getting food all restocked because we're kind of getting pretty low. So when we start getting the stuff hauled out of here, we should be able to start hunting everything on the map, and that should allow us to replenish our food. From there, so we are... up here. The next place I can guarantee myself, we got two areas we can get Gravcore stuff. Gray flesh. Luxray discovered a stripe of gray fleshy tissue. It resembles human skin stained gray by the tiny metallic particles. It must have sloughed off someone during flesh liquefaction. Someone here may not be what they seem. There are several ways to detect imposters. You can interrogate the imprisoners, interaction mode, now unlocked. You can collect gray flesh to analyze the biosignature, or you can execute and banish whoever. Alright, so work. We start by cutting off potential sources of more contamination. Where was that gray flesh, by the way? Okay, so the gray flesh is unfortunately at a spot that absolutely everyone goes through. So we're unlikely to get that. Our best bets for figuring out who done it is if we get one here, we know it's probably a researcher. If we see it in any of the bedrooms, it'll be probably whoever is in that bedroom. Honestly, other than that, it's gonna be pretty hard to tell. That is one downside with all that. So we got our first one, Toxamite F9. Morty already made progress learning the identity of this biosignature in living subjects, but needs more samples to complete the work. Until then, your surgical inspections will not detect it. So doing any type of surgery right now does not help us in any given way. But yeah, so someone here is infected with gray flesh. Unfortunately, we're normally be like, it's probably our melee. They took the most hits. We did have the opening Flesh Beast wave there, hit basically just shy of everyone. We got molecular analysis, that's cool. Like, I think the kids got out without getting hit there, but, I mean, I don't remember who didn't get hit in that first wave. It was most of the colony. It was a good, like 7, maybe 8 of the pawns. Is there someone we could say with confidence did not get hit? I'm fairly confident Luxray did not get hit. So I am going to... I mean, that's That's still risky in case that got spread there. Yeah, no, the metal horror is a good one. It's just a bummer it happened to land there, because that's one of the few spots that literally everyone spends time at. It's honestly, this room has a pretty good idea of, like, narrowing it down. If they had been out here in the field, just, like, out there, that it gives a pretty good odds. If we saw it right around this, it gives pretty good odds that we can narrow it down. But, being in the break room, which is odds are the highest likelihood to be there. Hopefully it hasn't spread. Even if it has, it's not the end of the world. We're going to prevent farther spread. Right now is when you want refugees to show up. Because we have refugees to show up, I can put them on cooking, and I can put them on doctoring, because we know they will be safe. And I don't really have a prison I can start trying to vet people. Let's actually, we can actually check things. Let's try and do this in a different approach than I normally do. So you're talking about stuff. You shot and hit stuff, shot and hit stuff, shot and hit stuff, shot and hit stuff, shot and hit stuff. You... Yeah, so you were hit. So let's check Luxray, because Luxray is one of our cooks who can potentially doctor. You shot and hit stuff, you shot and hit stuff, you shot and hit stuff, you shot and hit stuff. And it looks like Luxray was not in a fight. So I am going to take, well, as not the victim, I am going to take the risk of making Luxray our cook and our doctor. This is a risk, because there is always a possibility that Luxray has been infected already. But for the moment, I don't want to leave, like, literally nobody working on the cooking and all that. We're not exactly doing great on food. I don't really have the convenience of trying to work through whodunit very easily. Oh, hey. Grab these two shelves. Link, storage, clear, unfinished. And import. Well, actually, we'll make it critical. That way, in the future, they put the unfinished items in here versus ever dumping them out there. Yeah, so we're taking a risk because it's always possible that since we discovered the Grey Flesh, that Luxray is already infected. But they were also our primary cook anyways. And if we're wrong, then we'll pay for it with the colony. Because normally the way I would deal with it from here is I would grab someone I want to be the cook, I would make something into a prison, and I would interrogate them for basically as long as I could get away with before the food started to get dodgy, and if they held up to scrutiny, at that point, I would consider them my safe pawn, and go from there. Carpenter tree. Why are you leaving that outside? I see. I don't want that to sit out there and rot. Okay, so grab you, copy settings, and paste settings. Okay, bring it in before it has any chance to get ruined. Can't you also get it from all the unnatural healing that's happened over the course of time? It would have shown up way earlier. If we had it get caused by unnatural healing, because for someone to, you know, cause that with unnatural healing, they would have had to have already been infected, the unnatural healer. Which means it would have had to show up with it, which means it would have occurred faster. You don't have it where, like, a person just goes with it for an extended period of time without ever triggering, unless either A, you know, the event comes up, which is what's happened here. And like I said, the vector we would have gotten infected from here is probably not Tech Rash. They've been here for well, no, Tech Rash is new enough. They could be our vector for it coming in. If that is the case, there'd be no means for it to spread and just stay on Tech Rash. The other possibility, and the more likely one, is where we had that big engagement where we got pretty badly shredded by a bunch of the flesh beasts, that someone got infected during that. The one where we had it where it went forever to get detected in an unnatural healer was because we kept putting them into cryo again and again, so they were infected the whole time, but because they only popped out, healed, and went back to bed, you know, it just never had a chance to drop the gray flesh. Now, if Luxray is the infected one, everything's going to go to hell here in just a minute, because we will be infecting everybody with the food they're cooking. And then once you get to about half your colony infected, the metal horrors will burst out regardless. Because at that point, outside of, like, really strong defensive points and yada yada yada, it's pretty unlikely you'll win that fight without doing some level of cheese or whatever. Or, you know, kiting them through different stuff. Because metal horrors move relatively fast, and they do a lot of damage when they hit. Okay. But yeah, as far as, like, they only go so far back. Ooh, wait. Don't leave the bionic eye outside. Alright, so we got the bionic eye is just rotting outside. You have a porcupine quill? Grr. Luxray's not an especially good doctor. Okay. Body parts. Please bring this inside. Please bring this inside. Please bring this... There you go. Does you no good to get good stuff if you just leave it to rot outside and not claim it. The problem is I have way too much steel in here. I need to make some shelves dedicated just for steel. I just haven't done it. Just doing your best to make flak forever. What's Luxray priority on crafting? I mean, they're pretty high. We'll get back to it sooner or later. Alright, growth moment on Annabelle. So we've got... Out of these, Quick Sleeper is going to be the one I go to. I can get 2 of these. Let's go with, Ooh. Intellectual and crafting. I kind of wanted cooking as much, but we could just use another crafter. And so with that, we are going to give you a 1 here. A 4 on hunting. And right now, I'll leave the crafting at 4 as well. And then you shouldn't be too far behind. Oh, you got about just shy of a season. Why are there random meals chucked on the floor? Okay, it's full of raw food. They'll get there. It won't be too much longer before we can start using bean as a source of genes. So let's see, you are at 2 out of 4, 4 out of 4, 4 out of 4. Alright, so realistically I'm going to need another one of these. Oh, you can't fit there because that would be... Okay, that's fine. This will have to move somewhere, I just don't have space for it really. I could just shove it in the hallway back here and call it a day for now. Okay. Alright, let's go to the one that Luxray was working on. Distress signal. Okay, so cancel the vac suit that Luxray is working on. Because Luxray is basically going to be stuck cooking and nothing else. And just the way it works, once one person goes, let's see, why you just didn't left one person the base and 100 not been infected? I'm going to need you to retype that because I have no idea. Why didn't you just left one person on the base and 100 not been infected? Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't understand at all what that sentence means. Like, I can understand if, like, English isn't people's first language, but, base and 100 not been infected. Yeah, I can normally parse what people are trying to ask, but that's one I'm not very sure about. Rare catch. We got a thing that'll give me a quest. That's cool. Alright. Is there stuff we want to chuck in here just to get out our inventory for right now? We can grab... Oh, you're already mostly full of... Oh, you're already full of a bunch of junk. I forgot about that. Sure, just get it out of here. So let's see. 23, 5, 23... Cool. Yeah, so basically what we're waiting on is once you get Grey Flesh 3 times, you can start doing surgical analysis. And once we get there, we'll just start from left to right and go through them. I'll have Luxray handle it. So I can tell you to go ahead and get stuff. We'll go ahead and grab all these scraps of cloth we're probably not going to use. I need to keep the goat juice for now. Keep the brick for now. I'm not going to have those. Let's see. If you left one person in base, he is not infected. You can trust him to cook. But you all the time, all people to attack? Yeah, well, I mean, you don't know when Metal Horror is going to happen. I'm not too fussed about it. Metal Horror is not that big a deal. I've only ever lost one colony to Metal Horror in the entire time playing RimWorld. And I'm not even taking, like, the most cautious way about it. Metal Horror is a very manageable thing. Like, I actually feel pretty comfortable that with Luxray having not been hit by anything in a long time, that I feel fairly confident that Luxray's fine. Even if we were just to, like, literally roll the dice and choose someone, the odds are in our favor that we would choose someone who is not infected. Because they do have 12 people. One person's infected, they may have had a chance to infect another or two. But right now, even though Luxray and and Burning Sun are a couple. I don't have them sharing a bed because mostly I just don't want to deal with a bunch of kids. So that vector of infection's gone. And because they didn't get injured recently, no one's been able to do a doctoring on Luxray to infect them. The only risk would be if food got contaminated and already in there. And if we already have a cook that's made a bunch of meals and infected us, then, you know, then the precaution is already out the window. Because let's say I kept that one person behind, and then the one person who was a cook was the one who had gray flesh, they could cook up a bunch of meals first, and it still wouldn't be 100% safe. Which is still a risk I'm running. But honestly, right now, with Luxray just churning out all these meals, we would be royally effed if Luxray's infected. Let's see, to have someone in base doesn't mean completely different happening. Like raid hitting you while you're in the hole? Yeah. Clearly it was Bean. Alright, so we got the warg over here. I'm gonna go ahead and run over here and just murder the warg before it has a chance to hunt anyone. Alright, go back. So you got a porcupine quill. I will do operations to remove the quill. Did we already set our assignment? Yeah, just making sure we set our assignments back. Make sure we didn't have another one with porcupine. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention when I set these up. Where is remove porcupine quill? There you are. What's the point of a tiny Hussar if you don't use them? Yeah, and I mean, a lot of times I'll leave the kids behind. But in this case, I just chose not to. It wasn't like I put a bunch of strategy into that. I brought them with us. And we're pushing the edge of those mood breaks because the unsettling conversations and all that. Summon flesh beats, bioferrite shaping is next. That's not my favorite. I want this long term, but I want the chronophagy. And by getting this, we'll suddenly have diluted our possibilities, because right now it's a 50-50 between getting those two. And now we've just made it so it's going to go for those ones because of advanced being done first. So that's kind of a big old bummer. It's fine, it's whatever. We'll get there. We'll just keep on doing our anomaly research, because we're starting to get some people... I want to say we got a couple people, like, right around their 60s. Or did they die? Well, never mind, I'll take that back. Flesh shaping, that's fine. We had someone who was right around their 60s, who got Alzheimer's, and then we had an unnatural healer get rid of it. But yeah, it looks like we... Honestly, the colony is mostly people we grew up. Like, Moriarty was a kid here, Will was a kid here. Those two were kids here. I think... No, you were not a kid here. Giga was a kid here. Marguerite was a kid here. So, it's Burning Sun. It's honestly... these five are the only ones who weren't children raised in the colony at this stage. Or joined the colony as a child. Because, like, Tech, for example, joined as a child. Incoming mechanoids. Alright, how long do we have? 3 days. So it's a fast turnaround one. There you go. Here, orders. Harvest all this. Don't allow sowing. Grab it if you're gonna grab it, and then we gotta go. We definitely don't want to stay long where we risk someone having a mood break and then having to arrest someone just to get them out of here. We're going to grab what we can of the crops here, and we're going to move on to our next destination. That's fine. And we'll chuck you at you again. And we are no longer enemies with the rough pirate, whatever they're called. We're not allies, but we're not enemies. Alright, yep, keep hauling in everything you can. Once we start seeing the food hit over here and the medicine... Oh, actually, they're both hitting there, so it doesn't matter from here. All the rest of that's just going to get dumped here. So it is time for us to exit stage left because we got 2 days until death comes. Because we are doing the Mechanoid Pursuit. And Mechanoid Pursuit, if they catch up to you, it is a big basket of really bad times. So we don't have any... How long are you still present? Oh, time left 6 hours. Yeah, so we're not doing that. Alright. And we can't go to space yet. I don't have the suits, nor do I want to just go to a random asteroid quite yet. So that's a matter of... That's 84% pollution. Let's see, so... Peninsula... Wetlands... Ruins mixed biome... Wetlands, that's on the edge of our reach. And another one that's like maximum pollution. Let's see, wet climate, wild fiber, archipelago, quail habitat, archipelago, peninsula. And what are you? Ancient complex. Alright, I guess we'll just hop over to the ancient complex, because all the other ones of these are like right in the thick of real heavy pollution. It's like 2 abandoned colonies there. Yes, let's go here. That'll work. Oh, wait a second. Oh yeah, no, it's an ancient complex. That's fine. And it'll basically warn me that there's pollution nearby, so every 2 years we'll have smog. Alright, and just checking real fast to see. A little early for Tomb to get home. Yeah, she's not home yet. Alright. So we're cutting across here, basically trying to find more points of interest to bounce between. While we're trying to get stuff situated. Because we need to get our vac suits made. So there's the ancient complex. So it can be attacked from either the far left or the far right. But the top and bottom, we can't be attacked from. Alright, there's a geothermal. And that'll be fine, so we can go up here. Ah, that's interesting. So deep water you can't... I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you could position your ship on deep water, you'd easily be able to just kind of go... and position your ship such that enemies couldn't physically attack you. Even though you can kind of do that in space. You can actually make it so enemies can't reach you in space by building your grav ship, landing it, and then tearing up the platform that connects you to the other part. Alright, thruster breakdown. The zone. There's potatoes. Hey, Smurf! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a great rest of your stream. I was hanging out there when RimWorld was just RNGing you with like friendlies preventing you from accomplishing your goals, which is always the worst. But I hope the rest of the stream went well and all that good stuff. Let's go ahead and get cotton on there. I don't think we'll actually get the cotton done, but whatever. It was fun, silly times. We held on. Yeah. And that's all you can do, is RimWorld just sometimes likes to be a troll. For those who don't know, Mortal Smurf, absolutely fantastic content creator, plays a lot of RimWorld as well, so if you like RimWorld, you can definitely find it over there. We'll have to mine our way up to that, probably. But, you know, good times and all that. Usually streams mostly before I do, so if I'm not on yet and you're looking for someone to hang out with, and you're looking for the RimWorld, you can find it over there. Alright, get the human-like and not a rotten allowed. Okay, but yeah, no, the ship's coming together. This has been a run. As you can see, our graph has had some exciting times. This was our almost wipe. As you can see, when your entire colony wealth gets down to about 6,000 bucks. Alright, Mortal, you sleep well and all that kind of good stuff. I do appreciate the raid and all that. When you go from like 200,000 to 6,000, that's what you have as a bad time. So you know that happens. So that was where we lost. We had almost like a full-blown ship ready to, pretty close to being able to take on the mech hive. And yeah, it was technically 2 colonists grabbing the grav engine and running away with it. Because the entire thing about this run is we started naked brutality with the mechs pursuing us, and then working from there. And so we lost our whole grav ship, and we ran away with the grav engine. And when I say, like, nothing else, we didn't have weapons, we didn't have food. Between the vac suits I needed to survive the cold, and the engine itself, we had maxed out our carry weight that I couldn't even bring the weapons or food with me. So I had to, like, run, like, 8 or 9 blocks, stop, you know, rip up whatever I could to eat real fast, you know, eat a couple meals or whatever, run, do that. That was, when you went to the cold, you didn't have proper heating? Yes. Yeah, that was when we weren't properly prepared. Because as well as things like I've never had to worry about the cold like that. Even, you know, when it's one thing when you start like a naked brutality on ice sheet. Sure, you know you're going to be dealing with the cold. But as like that point in the grav ship, I was like, wait, I don't have any wood on board, and I don't have any steel on board. Oh, we have screwed this up. I'm trying to put my little box over a geothermal and try and keep us alive, and it was clear that wasn't going to pan out. Yeah, so you can all do that. But it's just an ancient complex. There's nothing exciting here. But we have been rebuilding. And so we see the second really big dip. That's when we finally got our ship back up and running and we, you know, left where our base was. So this wasn't we took losses. This was, you know, it was time to take our ship and go. And what we left behind, you know, got counted against, the, or, you know, was the wealth dropped. And it's been a slow burn, because we were running around with a ship that was like 80 tiles? 100 tiles, something like that. And now it's just becoming a fairly decent ship. Yeah, so we missed the regional survey. Oh, wait, we don't have you plugged in? Oh! Okay. I forgot that we didn't have a wire there. I actually do have some power on my ship. I have an unstable power core, a vanometric power, and a grav core power cell. But yeah, it's not quite enough to run everything. They'll get that wire in there and they'll get that going there. I was thinking this is the other area where I had all the power going through. We do have our people they're not amazing yet, but we do have fast wound healing and very fast runner. I've actually got a lot better stuff in here now. And I got a sanguiphage that may or may not be missing both their legs for the intent of trying to grab robust and everything out of them. Or anything of use out of them. I already have the super fast wound healing. Oh, rare thrombos. Yeah, so people told me that these, because one of the things that we had a whole group of alpha thrombos when we first lost the ship. And I was like, cool, we'll just have them haul. I had like 600 things of food. We'll just have like, you know, or 5 or 6, you know, sorry, it's like 4 or 5 alpha thrombos. Just bring this all with me. And then came to the realization, if you look at thrombos now, where they used to be pack animals, they're no longer pack animals. And so, instead of having all that wonderful carry weight from the thrombos, they were just going to be another burden on food, and ultimately ended up having to eat the alpha thrombos. One second. Okay. Did you plant medicinal plants? Yes, the medicinal plants are here. They're just working on getting it all going. Yeah, Thrumbos not being pack animals. To be fair, the Thrumbos are really strong. And while it's a bummer they're not pack animals, and we're talking from like a game balance perspective, it's like, okay, that's not unreasonable. Alright, let's go ahead. When we wake up in the morning, let's go ahead and pop in here, see if there's anything in the ancient complex. I actually have pretty low expectations. It was mostly to land somewhere on, somewhere that's like a point of interest. Oh, hey, actually stop mining that steel. I need to stop doing that. We've got so much steel on our ship. The components are fine. I can make plenty of those if I need to myself. I would just mine them almost every tile we hit. But I keep instinctively mining steel, and I need to go in here and say, like, a bunch of these shelves can't have steel, because we just have too much. Sometimes you gotta eat the entire Thrombo. Yeah. It was just one of those things, I couldn't bring the Thrombos with me, I couldn't keep them fed. We ultimately had Draconic was there, and no, was it Draconic? No, yeah, Draconic was there and was capable of doctoring. The person who could train the Thrombos and keep them on board was incapable of doctoring, and then we had Marguerite there, who at the time was a child, so wasn't old enough to doctor. So what ultimately ended up happening was the one person who could doctor got in a fight, got downed, and then couldn't doctor, and then bled out. Like, got in a fight with my other pawns, and then bled out, while the other two just could stand around and watch it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. And yeah, it was just one of those things that's like, well, this sucks. Because then we didn't have someone to keep the Alpha Thrombo tamed, so we slaughtered them all. And I couldn't even take the horns with me for a melee weapon because the grav engine plus the vac suits I needed to not freeze to death was too much weight that I couldn't even carry just the one Alpha Thrombo horn with me as well. Just like, well, left behind a really nice, unique machine gun and all sorts of stuff, and it was pretty heartbreaking. But that's RimWorld. Alright, let's go ahead and grab everybody. And just do a quick tour. This being the old school Ancient Danger, we're just gonna have a bunch of those little gas things that explodes. Honestly, as fast as Giga is with their 2 Archotech legs, most likely we could just pop into each room. Cause these things to explode. Alright. There's no actual threats in there. So just let that explode. For the moment, stay zoomed in here and say no entry. I'll just let that burn itself out. These are basically not flammable, so I don't need to worry about them. They'll burn the shelves up. I don't need the shelves. They're what? Steel. I've got more steel and I know what to do with. I'm just gonna let that burn. Then when the fire goes out, we'll go in and clean up. And see what goodies we got. So we got three crates in here that could have goodies for us. I mean, they'll have goodies. They could have something we want. Oh, another thing I need to do is get rid of the human corpses. So let's go here, low, clear, and human-like. And the big thing we'll want is to wait for this to cool down so people don't get burnt alive in there. Usually when you're doing this kind of event, why couldn't you keep Giga... Oh, because Giga has 2 Archotech legs. So Giga is super duper fast. Whereas you don't really have anything. Also, we do have Grey Flesh going on. We have chosen that Luxray hadn't been hit by anything in a very long time. It can doctor and cook. So we just took the gamble of, like, the odds that they're the one who's infected is extremely low. And if we were wrong, we probably would have already been dead by now, because they're cooking all of our food. But we are dealing with a Grey Flesh event at the moment. I have no idea who done it, because right before that happened, we had done a flesh pit right after landing. And so didn't really have a good fighting spot, so it was just a one where a lot of people took hits. No deaths or anything, but a lot of people got hit during the encounter. So it's like, who could it be? pretty much everybody, except the children. But Tech Crash also hasn't been here super long. Probably longer than I expect a Gray Flesh event. But not so far out it couldn't be possible. But most likely it's one of all of the people who got hit there. Alright, so we got the heat wave. I only got 1 AC in my whole ship, which is just for the break room, and that's probably enough. Alright, so this will all start cooling off properly. So once we see this room drop down to like 100 degrees or less, that'll be fine. And tell them to go pop all those open and we'll see what goodies shake out. I don't have high expectations for the loot, but you can get some cool stuff. Sometimes you get like mech resurrection serums and that kind of stuff. It's not often. But, you know, it is on the list of possibilities. Yeah, probably by the time the morning rolls through, that'll be cooled down enough. But yeah, Giga here has 2 Architect legs and very fast runner. So that is this thing that's trying to get away is not getting away. Just run it down, going Mach 5. You know, if it's too late in the spaceship, just pop open a window. Alright, I'm shrimping a little bit. And I did delay the ad break as long as I possibly could. Once the raid popped in. We're gonna get to the point it's gonna happen, like it or not, because Twitch only lets us kick it down the road 15 minutes. So we got about 3 minutes till that happens. So in just a minute, I'm gonna step away from the computer, run downstairs. My wife should be home about then, and just welcome her home real fast before I head back up. Usually she gets home pretty close to now. Chuck some food in. Well, yeah, we'll chuck some food in the oven for dinner, kind of thing. Well, actually, it'll probably be the microwave because I'll probably do soup. Nice, easy, lazy soup. All right. Yeah, no, Tomb's popular on the channel. That's my wife. Okay, so that's definitely cool enough that we can go in there. Because it's like 120 or whatever. And considering we're in a heat wave, that's about what you expect. Okay, so we got a gene. What gene did you get? Never sleep. Okay. And a little bit of cash. And a Supreme Hunger book. Never sleep. So, the never sleep has a pro and a con to it. On one hand, they never sleep, which means they can work 24/7. But one of the key things that can kind of get you in trouble with that is if you look at it where they'll end up being like, you know, I have an impressive bedroom or whatever. You never get that bonus. And that bonus, when you're getting late game and trying to keep your moods up, is a pretty good amount of things. It's one of the things that makes stuff like Inhumanization really, really rough, is you lose a lot of those kind of things that normally give you bonuses. Yeah, never sleep also means no love, and I'm not as worried about that. Also, miss some bonuses if they have a partner. Yeah. So it's one of those things that, like, it definitely has its perk. Like, not to be like, oh, it's terrible, never take it. It definitely has its benefit. But at the same time, it is definitely one of those ones that'll get you in trouble. They can be assigned a bedroom to get that mood debuff. Do they still? I thought they got the mood debuff when they actually slept in their bedroom. And then, like, when they woke up the next day, then they would have the mood bonus, not debuff. I could be wrong. Would a Persona Zeus hammer from earlier have stacked with all those movement speed? Yes, it would have. If we still had the Persona Zeus hammer that gave the extra, was it like 15% movement speed, it would have stacked with everything else and just absolutely been shenanigans. Yeah, I thought it was they had to sleep in the room to get the mood bonus. You also need to watch out for comfort. If their jobs involve a lot of chair time, it's fine. Yeah. So it is one of those things that, like, never... I mean, we could check. what we could do here is Will here. So you have the mediocre bedroom there. These are all decent. So if I swap who I'm looking at, if I swap this room to Will, so unassign, reassign for Will, one would assume I would get the bonus for having the decent one. Like right now I don't have a room anything, good, bad, or otherwise. Alright. There's a random slate door right there. And we've got slate, so let's go ahead and go. Okay, so sandstone's here. Let's go structure. Oh, we just had the ad break. So bear with me, chat. I'm going to step away for just a minute. I'll be right back in a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute. Okay, sorry about that taking a little bit longer than I expected. Oh, we're asking AI? Cool, that's not helpful. But yeah, so we assigned Will to have in a different room, and I did notice that we did seem to drop off the bad bedroom penalty. And we'll see if that goes and gets changed here in a minute. Because what should happen is Will go in here, and I believe we'll go for a -1 or a -2 from the bedroom. Because like I said, I'm pretty sure it was when they went to sleep. Like, if they slept in a good room, they get a bonus. If they slept in a crappy room, you know, they get a penalty. Or if they didn't sleep in a room at all. So I'm trying to keep an eye on that. Because they did assign it right away. And it'll be, I believe, when they wake up. Unfortunately, you suck at using Google without AI. If you force it not to AI, you generally get no results. That's weird. I think you might need to sleep long enough, even. You tend to have some people in the late game colony who do that. Yeah, and that's what I remember. Like, it's possible that's changed, but I generally remember it being a thing. Yeah, so we just got the bonus now. So right now, Will now does have the decent bedroom bonus, as opposed to the decent barracks penalty. So yeah, it doesn't come into effect until they've slept in the bed. And it expires in 24 hours? Yep. It'll expire in 24 hours, or if they sleep in another room that has a different thing, it'll replace whatever the bonus or penalty is with whatever's appropriate. Yep, so yet another example. Don't trust your AI. AI is a step worse than useless, because, like, genuinely flipping a coin, you'll usually have better better odds of getting it right. Because even when AI gets it right, it's usually at least partially wrong. I still think my favorite, I can't remember. It was one of those ones that, you know, I basically read about that people are like, oh yeah, stuff that the AIs just get wrong. It's something like the War of 1812 or something like that. And it had the War of 1812 starting in like 2012 or something like that, and then, you know, ending in like 1812 or whatever. And you're like, well, you just said it ends literally almost like 2 centuries before it started. Or 2 centuries... You get the idea. It started 2 centuries before it supposedly ended all its stuff. I mean, I guess, if it guesses enough time, sooner or later it'll be right. Right, the classic, you know, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Flip coins don't give you false citations. It's true. You think someone figured out it picked up performance of 1812 Overture or something like that? Right, it doesn't, I mean, from the academic side, it is interesting, like, from why it occurs, but from the, you know, the actual technology usability, it confidently gives you incredibly incorrect information. So everyone who uses AI and sees that, congratulations, you now understand what mansplaining is. Because it's basically that, confidently having unsolicited information incorrectly given to you with confidence. Agent 12, you mean the War of the Southern Aggression into Canada? Let me think. 1 second. That's nothing I gotta care about. Alright. No, I thought 1812 was when, Britain sacked the White House. I don't remember my wars in that area. It could also be all part of the same thing. Because I thought, the one I think you're thinking about is what we call the French-Indian War? Same one? It is the same one? Gotcha. Yeah, but, At the time, Britain don't... Ah, right. Right. Yeah, it's... Those all start to blend together. You're correct. It was when Britain sacked the White House, and a lot of the reason was because we wanted to invade Canada. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I was getting my, my history wrong in the... You know, at one point, France controlled it, and then... I can't remember how that even went. It's like France controlled it, then Britain took over part of it, then ultimately France got it back, I believe? Canada, or parts of Canada, I should say. I don't know, my Canadian history is lacking. Now you see why AI also has problems. It all blends together. Right. But where I'm willing to go through and be like, I don't say this with confidence, I'm probably wrong, and admit to that. AI is like, I totally know exactly what I'm saying, and I will assert it is true until you challenge me, at which point I will assert whatever you're saying is true. And then I'll glaze you real hard. And, give you a disproportional belief on the reality of your competence in whatever subject. And all that. The French-Indian War was the 7 Years' War, maybe? One front was North America, the other was Europe? Maybe? I don't know. I used to have a lot of this information, but it's one of those things that, you don't use that information in forever, and you're like, was it that one? You just prompt the AI that it didn't do stuff to get more question from the AI. It's just a tool. Alright, my point is, you can go to the AI and you'll ask a question, and it'll be like, okay, the answer is this. And you're like, okay, AI, but you're wrong. Like, I could demonstrate you're wrong. And the AI goes, oh, you're right. I am wrong. And it's like, then why did you tell me the other thing? If you knew you were wrong in the first place, why did you tell me the other thing? Because you literally stated as a statement of fact before. And that's kind of the big harm. The AI is more than happy to agree with you the entire way through. Depending on your AI and whatever. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. I was completely wrong. Yeah, no, absolutely. And then, you go one session later, and you ask the same question, it gives you the same wrong answer. Yup. And that's kind of the thing about it, though. People do have a much higher confidence in... well, I don't really care about that. Like, genuinely, people have a much higher confidence in the accuracy of AI than is appropriate. And you'd be like, oh yeah, well, you just ask more questions and all. It's like, right, but you know what also works? Just doing a search and finding your first credible source. Is a far more reliable thing. And now I've got this AI as like this middle layer between us and the areas that get cited, and it just gets it wrong half the time. Yeah, no, that's my favorite, is when it's like, hey, that's not right, and you're like, oh, sorry, I made that up, and you're like, I didn't ask you to make something up for me. You could say you don't know. That's, like, to me, that's kind of what AI is, that person. It's that person who joins your team that you're depending on to do their job. And rather than having the professionalism to be like, I don't know the answer to that, they just make something up on the spot. And that is very actively harmful. Yeah, the false safety thing from it, you could prompt it that it didn't do this, for example. When you didn't have to prove, so... When you didn't have proof, and so then say it, and don't mix in information. I'm having difficulty reading that. If I have to go to the AI and say, hey, I would like you to answer this question for me. Also, while you're answering it, if you don't, like, lie, don't make up, and don't hallucinate, if you don't know, you don't know. If I have to go through all that work, that is an effing useless thing. Because again, the counter to that solution is instead of having to go out and write this, like, paragraph-long prompt to ask a question of, when did this war start? And you have to go through this big paragraph to be like, when did this war start? By the way, don't make it up, don't hallucinate, don't use mixed information, just give me the actual, like, if I have to go through this, like, you know, dissertation to let it ask a very simple, I am querying this, there is a 4-digit number agreement on the counter. If it can't do that without making a bunch of crap up, then literally the alternative is skip the AI, give me the first cited, give me the Wikipedia, which is even also a questionable resource, but far more reliable than AI. Like, AI is a solution looking for a problem to solve, and doing a really shitty job of it. Alright. So we can grab the Glitter World. We are short on Glitter World. I'll grab the advanced components because why not? Sorry, English is bad. It's late. It's all good. But I get your point. Medical learning is very important when people use it. Yeah, medial learning. Right, but my big point is you almost have to go through this entire layer to try and get a... Ooh. Okay, well, I want the super clotting. It is tied in with a bunch of other stuff, so it could be one of those things that we get that, and then we have to kind of like have someone deal with having all the junk in them, and then use the super clotting to slow, or like use the stuff to try and get that out of there. I'm not going to use Never Sleep. Look up the thing that is 100% more accurate and faster. Well, that's to give you an idea, like, they're like, the ramming AI and everything. The thing that frustrated me is I went to TwitchCon Rotterdam this year, and one of the really cool things they provide for partner creators is you can go up there and they'll do professional pictures and all that, so you know, when you're doing your portfolios and yada yada yada, you've got some nice professional pictures. Cool, all of that's great. After they took the pictures and they're like, okay, we'll get you these, you know, some period later, once you got all processed, fair enough, all that makes sense. Rather than something as simple as, I type in my username and push enter and go to the picture, they're like, okay, take a selfie of yourself and upload it, and we will use AI to match you to your pictures. Which then resulted in false positives and being like false negatives of not finding the pictures and all. I was like, why did you not just put a text box there? It is a text box. You hit enter. It's done. Like nearly 100% accuracy, get your results. Instead, I gotta go through taking a picture of myself, then uploading it this thing, and then it may or may not get it right. So I've taken what should be an easy 2-second thing and put like 30 extra steps in the way. That's an exaggeration. It's like 4 extra steps in the way. That's slower, less efficient, and less accurate. And that is most of my experience dealing with AI. That's funny. Gamescom has similar idea with AI, and it got trolled. Yeah, and it's just one of those things. You're like, dude, you don't need to do that. Like, literally, you're objectively making this whole thing worse. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that because super clotting is hard to get a hold of. So I want to get super clotting separated out from the robust digestion and size sensitivity because I don't want to spend the points on that. But I do think I am gonna have someone jam that in them and then slowly work on trying to get it separated out. That probably won't happen because it'll be like a year. Let me screenshot your face from stream and see what you're telling. Yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, the Rotterdam thing, you at least had to have the username and password to get to the photo library at all, which does mean, assuming no one shares the password, which someone probably did, but assuming no one shared the password, then it would be a thing that, like, I'm just seeing if there's anything else you want to grab. It would be a thing with a certain level of confidence that you wouldn't likely have someone breach that. Alright, so did you get the gene thing? Did you already grab it? I don't see it out here. Did you already drag it in here? Yeah, so we got the super clotting, and like I said, that's to me the thing I really, really want. Because super fast wound healing and super clotting together is, oh boy, really amazing. Yes, your metabolic efficiency are only 1. Ah, that sucks. These ones suck because I don't want them. And the problem is once they put those in someone, I have to wait a year before I can go and start trying to you know, grab it out of them. Okay. So with that, let's consider, what would I want from the Hussar? We've got super fast wound healing. We've got a lot of negatives. Unstoppable is nice. But honestly, honestly, if we're looking at this person, the things I'd want, super fast wound healing, already got it. The great melee and the negative on the other ones, honestly, I probably genuinely do need some of these negatives. The awful plants and awful animals, I have some of that. But yeah. The thing we're going to do with you is I'm actually going to make you pop in here. And we're going to start trying to make that happen. I thought you had Robust as a Hussar. Huh. I guess not. Because what I'm thinking about doing is, if we can go in here and potentially grab some of these negatives, I might just overwrite the Hussar thing, because we already have super fast wound healing on its own, and get you set up for the super clotting. And then try and get that super clotting out of there. Because I don't think I want all the other junk in there. Because robust digestion is not bad. Like, it's definitely not bad at all. But do I really want to give up the points? And we're not doing anything size sensitivity-wise. Giving my entire colony plus, or, increased size sensitivity is probably just not the play. We're definitely going to be dealing with some angry people. Alright, meanwhile, I'm going to reinstall you back here. So I could put another one of these here. We have to wait a year if you want them to survive. Yeah, but that's the thing. Then we also have to get lucky and get the blood clotting separated out, or at least separate out with something that's useful. But we might get another opportunity to trade for other stuff. We'll see. And right now we're trying to build up our food reserves. I forgot we need to hunt to make that happen. They're also trying to do the research on the anomaly stuff, because I really would like chronophagy. Because I do have cellular instability as an option for a negative, and it's a pretty good choice if you have what you need to deal with it. Which the de-aging is a very good component for that. Because with cellular instability, or people are creeping up to their 40s, they would start being, you know, kind of end of life. Where it'd start getting lots of health problems. That's the big negative of it. Yeah, that's fine. Great melee. That is not what I was hoping for. Alright, though. So, with great melee, and again, it's mostly the negatives I'd want here. Like this stuff. That shouldn't be too hard to acquire a decent number of. I do think we are going to override their stuff. We did grab the mod where I can go in here and I can do that, so let's grab you. Yeah, so this will override everything. So super fast wound healing, the super clotting. We do the cellular instability. I would also like very fast runner, but there's a good chance we won't be able to fit that. So we can make you UV sensitive. Yeah, we won't be able to fit all that. So you're going to lose the very fast. Okay. Interestingly enough, if I put that in there where it overrides that, that would give us... Yeah, that'd give us some more points. We're going to suppress that, making this way more complicated than it needs to be. And I could make you very happy. That's too much. Too much complexity. That's +3. I could go in here and do poor plants. And that would be even. So I'd have dead calm where they don't social fight or do anything like that. We would get rid of the psychic sensitivity, which I don't want on him anyways. And I think that's okay. There's definitely better options here, but I think that's what we're going with. I really would rather get very happy in there, but that's fine. Okay. So we're going to get you your super clotting. And then, like I said, it'll be something like... I can't remember if it's like 30 days or 60 days or a year or whatever that takes for them to reform their bio stuff when you go through the process of doing all that. And you just have gold. I don't care about that. Yeah, so the major cell instability has two things. The two things that we have for the major cellular instability is, one, it reduces their max age. So where in RimWorld it's around like 60 to 70 years old, it gets to be pretty hard to keep your pawns alive because they'll have heart attacks and all that kind of stuff. With major cellular instability, it drops that to like 40, 45-ish, somewhere in that area, that you start having a lot of those health problems. It also does cause cancers as another side effect. Needless to say, none of that's particularly good. Okay, so we timed this now. This should actually be okay. So go add implant xenogerm, the tech grash xenogerm. Okay, so basically, we're de-hassaring them. So we have stone crabs. We're looking for a hermit crab. A hermit crab is our venerated animal. Okay, with the max age is, for you, bad for the long term. Right. It can be, generally speaking, once you get the ritual of chronophagy, it's worth using it heavily. Oh, I don't have... As I'm sitting here hunting everything, and I don't even have a butcher station. Well, that's embarrassing. Where you are. There you are. Because we still haven't made room for it on our ship itself. As we have a big pile of animals. I was wondering, it's like, man, how are you having so many animals out there? Why aren't you building that, by the way? Are you restricted? No? Oh, there's no trees? What? When did I use up all the wood? We would have had to cut down at least a couple of trees here. Alright. Butcher all creatures forever, and that'll let Luxray get back to it. We're still waiting for that next instance of gray flesh to happen. We've only done one analyze right now. We have no idea who's actually got it. Yeah, they're made out of steel right now. Eventually, I'll end up replacing certain parts with other materials. The first playthrough we did where we won, I ended up going to all these areas and like replacing them with plasteel. We had like a defensive position, and all the walls nearby the defensive position were plasteel just to make them hold up better. I believe I had a place for keeping stuff on board. Alright. So you aged up once. Out of these, you're getting Jogger. bad, bad, terrible. Jogger. Jogger it is. For you... right now you have bad plants, I think I gave you. I mean, I have a lot of research. I'll give you plants anyways. It's fine. And that person joined us as like 5 or 6 years old. We rescued them, so it's not surprising we didn't get like... Yeah, oh, it's 2 years. Gross. I thought it was 1 year. Either way, that does mean we're gonna have the blood clotting going through. Maybe the next time we get some more grab panels and all that, we'll extend this forward a bit more, so you can put another gene processor in here. Because at least I can kind of work around having the psychic sensitivity by having the thing. Like, because it's good to have psychic sensitivity if you're getting psychic powers. Otherwise, it could be a negative. The psychic sensitivity could also be good because I do have a emanator here that's going and not being used by 90% of my colonists. If I were to redo yours... Well, actually, let's look at a couple of our people. While we're waiting here, we can start working on this. Right. So if we choose Draconic, who is an Impid, and we decide to go super wound healing to override their bad healing, and we wanted to get happy to counter their unhappy, we would be minus 10. It's freaking bad. There isn't a combination. I can give the UV sensitivity and all that. There isn't enough that well, I mean, we could actually knock that down. How old are you? I believe you're one of our older people. So I'm a little cautious about that, because like I said, it's around 40 that they'll start having problems. And then the Dirt Mole is Luxray, who's also up there. So putting the cellular instability on them would be dangerous. Until I get the de-aging ritual. Once you get the de-aging ritual, almost all that goes out the window. It's not a problem. I guess just truck down more stuff. I don't know. You have nothing better to work on while we wait, so... just plant things, I guess. Do you take days off? Technically Thursdays and Fridays are my days off. I do take them off from time to time. I've been pretty bad about it lately. It usually depends if something else is going on. I'll usually take the day off to do the other thing, like on those days. But if nothing's going on, if I'm gonna get on my computer in the evening anyways, might as well stream. But yeah, no, I've been pretty bad about it lately. Also, check out Ultrasource and our fantastic content creator on the platform. Last playing Seed, which is the new, like, sort of Sims MMO thing. So if you're, like, into that, you can find it there. Like, you build your own community, that kind of stuff. All trade goods ship. Okay, let's go ahead and talk to that. And gun turrets researched. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see. How's it going? It's going good. All in all, it's going good. We can go and get that book out of here. Not a whole lot of anything specific going on. Getting ready for build 42.2 to go into stable and all that. Yeah. Has days off like you have short streams. Shots fired. Also a certain amount of truth, but shots fired. That's oh, I see. I went the wrong way with it. We can go ahead and grab the medicine. Grab the claw so we can actually make some flak armor. Pretty okay on the components, they're not in that room. We'll want the Nutramine so we can actually make some penioxylin again. So in the meantime, we could go ahead and, even though I don't really need to, I'm going to send 1,700 of this because that'll clear out inventory space. Alright, get out here, start bringing this all inside. But yeah, no, I tend to stream most nights. That's fine. Alright. But yeah, no, things have been going good. Stream's been going good, all that good stuff. Making it all work. Did a little bit of build 41 Product Zomboid the other day to visit like my super long run. Okay, so I can send 5 of my people off. And that'd just give me elongated fingers, and then stuff I have literally no use for. Like, the telescope would be fine as an extra recreation, but I have to put it outside, and we don't have a good spot for that yet. What I could ultimately do is widen that out a little bit, and put, like, the telescope out here. But for now, just planting, waiting for that to grow. Get our food influx. Okay. And waiting for the second round of Grey Flesh. We should be due for it. The other possibility... Well, no, they were at our table. I don't think a random trade caravan could have dropped it off. Yeah, because also there hadn't been anyone on our map for a while, I don't think. We didn't have any, like, refugees or anything like that, or guests or whatever that could have been the infected person. So it's definitely someone in our colony still. I'm just surprised we haven't got our second round of it. Speak of the devil. Luxray has discovered a strip of fleshy tissue. It resembles human skin strained by great tiny particles. It has sloughed off someone from flesh liquefaction. Someone here may not be what they seem. Alright. And it was at a crafting bench. So the good news is you were over here. I'm a little concerned that it was Luxray that found it, because self-report is a thing that happens. Okay. While analyzing Grey Flesh sample, Moriarty finally isolated its biosignature. The signature emerges with the fusing of human tissue with metallic bioferrite filaments which spider through the flesh and take control of the nervous system. You can now solve it with surgical inspection. Alright. Let us start going through surgical inspection on each and every person one by one. The most likely candidates are our melee pawns. They get hit by stuff the most. But honestly, we have no real idea who done it. We are having Luxray do all this stuff. And I shouldn't have you standing there all by yourself where something is potentially going to be emerging from this person's body and starting to get all murdery on things. Oh, actually, what am I doing? Before we do this, alright, prediction. Let's get a prediction going. So start new prediction. Who brought in the metal horror? And we will have Giga, Jaywalker, Marguerite. Let's see, Burning Sun, Commodore. I probably misspelled that. I did misspell that. Commodore, Luxray, Draconic, Rongor, Moriarty, Will. Okay, so I can only go up to 10. Someone else. Alright. So I'll put up a 2-minute prediction real fast on who done it. So to be clear, this is the first person infected. Not anyone who's infected. It has to be the first person who was infected in the colony. So we got basically all the colonists I could fit, then an other for all the ones I couldn't. So the places we found the Grey Flesh was here and there. So it's either going to be literally anyone dining there or someone who is a crafter or passing through there. If we look at the schedule, our crafters are primarily Luxray and Commodore, but also Jaywalker and Giga will fill in, and Moriarty and Will fill in. Okay. So those are your things. We don't have any clues past that. We did have one big fight against Flesh Beasts where pretty much like 8 out of our 12 people all got hit. I couldn't even tell you who didn't get hit other than I don't think the kids got hit. But yeah, that would be the other category. So it is going to be a pretty interesting thing on who we potentially think has it. And so far, it looks like the votes are going primarily for Jaywalker and Luxray, with just a couple spread out where they're putting just a few points there. And hey, Chris, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Been subbed to the channel for 50 months, which is a heckin' long time. So I really do appreciate that continued support and all good stuff. Yeah, I mean, Burning Sun is a potential candidate. I'm pretty sure Burning Sun got scratched up pretty bad in that Flesh Beast raid. I'm pretty sure, like, the ones who got it the worst were the melee. The melee people got properly shredded in that one. But, I do know Burning Sun got hit. Alright, so, hi.
I just wanted to give you a kiss.
Yeah.
And I love you.
I love you too. You enjoy your soup?
I will. Did you make me nummies?
It's, what is it, cheese broccoli?
Oh, you did.
Alright. And contestant number 1. Metal horror emerging out of Giga. Now, to be clear, okay, it's Giga. Well, that was easy. Well, that went smoothly. So prediction, choose outcome, Giga, and just double checking. The metal horror is emerging, slicing through flesh and skin. This nightmarish bladed creature is cutting its way out of its host. The metal horror is emerging from Giga Crump of Hell, implanted through finger spike attack. The metal horrors emerge because it has been detected by Luxray during surgical inspection. These horrifying metallic parasites live inside their victim, taking control of their higher reasoning via a network of hair-thin metallic filaments that they spread throughout the body and brain. They control the victim's mind and compel them to infect others with new metal horrors. Cool. So, Luxray, I'm going to just need you to back the expletive off. And we're going to choose the outcome. It is Giga. And complete prediction, it's Giga. And congratulations on whoever got their long shot points. And the detail was Sentient Cookie walking away with 209,300 points because they put 1,000 points up on Giga, and everyone else voted for other things. There was a lot of people who went with Luxray. Yeah, is he the colony cook? We took all the people, once we had everything sorted out, we took everyone off of doctoring and cooking. Giga would have been the cook there. Giga is one of our cooks, but the moment we had the suspicion, we yoinked them off that. Go, 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 go. Alright. And now, if you go ahead and, maybe instead of viewing art, oh, actually, honestly, normally when you have a metal horror hop out of someone, it is a disaster of, like, nearly murdering them through their torso. This one, they got just a tiny little cut on their arm, and then a tiny, well, actually, apparently we looked for the metal horror through their eye, which is pretty effed up. So literally just got a little teeny cut on their arm. Not even a particularly bad one either. The last time we had a metal horror, the child was one of the ones infected, and their entire arm got ripped off when the metal horror climbed out of them. their eye was extra sus. It happens. Alright, so you can go back to running a colony like a normal colony. Also, so I've got you two set on 4 for cooking. Probably don't bother. You thought you always... Oh no, you should never lose the colonist from the metal horror itself. Sometimes with children it can happen. Just because children have a lower max hit points. So a shot that shouldn't be lethal becomes lethal. But that is not what's supposed to happen. Alright, so we're gonna kick you out of that bed and give you your own bedroom. But yeah, no, it's actually very... I don't think I've ever had a colonist die from the metal horror emerging. I've seen it. I've seen someone have a colonist die due to metal horror. Usually what happens in metal horror bursts out, and they're super duper bleeding everywhere. Why are you not eating? Why are you just choosing to starve to death? Oh, right. We need to get Annabella's genes replaced. Because they're a hybrid. They were born between 2 parents of 2 different xenogerms. And as such, they did not get any type of intelligent design. So they got nothing but good stuff, which makes her hunger rate horrific. And we gotta fix that. Oh, fine. It's gonna interrupt your childhood learning. We're gonna take you out of school for a little while. But, I think we need to intervene on that one. Alright, so let's go ahead with Annabella. And so we've already got that. We're gonna override fast healing with super fast healing. I'm gonna go for the coagulating blood. We'll give you cellular instability to counter out that. Hypersensitivity to UV rays. We're gonna make you bad at plants. And that'll be a nice, reasonably balanced... I'd like to get you happiness in there. Oh, right, I can put that in there. And that gives us +3, which means I can ditch that and put happiness in instead. Except it's too complicated. Alright, that's not what I wanted. You can drop the happiness. Happiness is just too expensive. I mean, I can go with that, and they'll just actually need less food. The other option is I get rid of the UV sensitivity and make you bad at art. Which will get it even. Yeah, no, the less food is a boon. Let's give you the UV sensitivity, we'll have that. Because I do need one person to start being able to do art. So I can put some art in these bedrooms to bump them up from decent to impressive. Hey, look. Gold. Thanks, Cassandra. I see you there trying to boost my colony wealth to, you know, dangerously high amounts. Alright, we'll put one of those down so you can just shoot off a bunch of stuff. Did you know if you boil a funny bone, it becomes a laughing stock? That's humorous. I'll be fair. I've never heard that one before, something along those lines. Most of the puns we get here, I've heard before, or something similar enough to it. That's a new one for me. Alright, Xenogerm completed. So health, add, operation, implant Xenogerm, the Annabella Xenogerm. Confirm. Alright, meanwhile we got our vampire in the basement, which soon will be able to start taking the genes out of them. Maybe you heard this punny joke? Whenever you try to eat healthy, the chocolate bar looks at me and snickers. Haven't heard that one before either. I've definitely heard ones using Snickers as the pun of a, of the butt, the butt of the joke or whatever. But not that specific combination. Oh, happy birthday, Darth. I didn't realize your birthday. Okay, making sure all of these have allow. You're set to allow. They're set to allow. Okay, cool. Here's one. Well, happy birthday to all people got birthdays coming up. Or happened recently. And we're getting flak armor, finally. Now that I've purchased a bunch of cotton, because we're not on a tile long enough to get cotton. Nor have I put together the space for hydroponics. Okay, so let's load this up. So what we're going to go ahead and do here is I don't really need the hemogen. I mean, it's not worth anything. We'll just keep it. Let's see here. So let's take the little teeny tiny scraped bits of leather and hide. We need the go juice. Well, actually, we don't need the go juice anymore because I overrode the Hussar. We did get gun turrets, so grab that out of there. You did discover the quest, so we'll get that out of there. We apparently had 2 copies of gun turrets, so we'll go ahead and get this out of here. We got a worn out helmet, worn out vest, worn out vests and pants and all that. And we'll go ahead and say a bunch of gold. Because what we're going to do is we're going to send that at whoever's nearby and just basically buy ourselves standing. We are going to want gold once we get the advanced components available. I have found with Odyssey, if you're just traveling around, you usually have no shortage of gold or whatever. You know, you'll go a couple of tiles without finding any, and then you find a bunch. And it's worth a ridiculous amount of wealth, so it's always a good thing to be careful about having too much on hand. Alright, and now you get to do that. Yeah, no, so when we approach that last metal horror, if we consider the different vectors that metal horror could come through, we had just had a ton of people got hurt. And so what I actually had done is I had gone into the log and looked at the log at that time of how long it had been since Luxray had gotten hurt, and Luxray hadn't been hurt in a very long time. That's fine. So it's just kind of one of those things as like, okay, so you can get 72 by sending it to them, 40 by going to them. Let's go for the 72. Okay. I don't need more than one shuttle engine. The bricks and all that are basically worthless. That's always the fun one, is you can take like a bunch of corpses and launch the corpses at people. And it's pretty messed up. It's a pretty messed up thing to do. I'm deliberately doing that to try and clear out inventory, as well as buy friendship. Sending corpses is nice in ways. I believe you... Don't you get a mood penalty if you just fire off a bunch of corpses at someone? Like, if I actually send the corpses to the person, isn't there, like... they get mad at you or whatever? I'm trying to remember. I only did it like once or twice, and I just don't even remember what the outcome of it was. But if you chop them up and just send their skin back, it's a gift. Yeah, no, the problem is, we aren't full of, like, psychopaths and everything, so if I start butchering people, everyone in our colony is just gonna basically melt down and hate each other and fall apart. If you're gonna do a cannibal colony, you gotta build around doing a cannibal colony. Either have your ideology include, you know, cannibalism's okay, or choose colonists who are cool with cannibalism. Artificial metabolism, bionic replacement parts are coming up. Honestly, I could be working on all those bionic parts, but we have random research, and it's just not choosing the advanced fabrication. As soon as we get advanced fabrication, I can get away with starting to just make, like, bionic part after bionic part, like eyes and arms and legs, and start juicing out all our people. But until I have a source of advanced components, kind of just holding out. There we go. There's your problem. That one won't let any of that going. Yeah, so you'll be up in a day. Alright. So 48, 12, 31, 20. And we're now neutral with the pigmen. So at this point, every faction who is not permanently hostile to us is at least neutral, if not ally. We actually have 4 allies and 3 neutrals. So that does actually reduce the number of raids we'll get. What you find more strange is if you send toxic waste to wasters, they don't like it. I mean, that's just probably the way the game's coded. It probably wasn't like an intentional decision or anything. Okay, so we should start pulling up a bunch of this food here soon. Okay, so what apparel is tattered that you're dealing with? Pants, and a corset. That's because we haven't had cotton to make all these flat clothes. And this is another case where we have, Luxray has started to make something, but because they're so busy doing the cooking, they're not getting any chance to get it done. You think you get raided, you should send the corpses back to the person? The problem is, like, the effort involved. Bulk trade's good showing up. The idea of using, like, the Gatling laser gun to hunt a little rabbit. Just rolling up there with, you know, fusion minigun kind of thing. The beam repeater. And not only that, but, like, a unique one. What? You didn't have much going for you. Oh, it's just a quicker reload. So faster time between shooting shots. Can't grow Psychite and Pollution either? I thought you could grow Psychite and Pollution. I was pretty sure you could grow Psychite and Pollution. Unless they changed something about it. Alright, so you got a bunch of stuff I don't care about up there. I'm good on that. Are any of these we wanted to get rid of? It could be something that changed at some point. Yeah, it's fine. That's whatever. Just take it. Yeah, no, because I've done a lot of pollution maps, and you can grow on pollution tox potatoes and psychite, I believe, were like the only things you could grow on polluted dirt and whatnot. So these are right about to be ready to harvest. They're running out of stuff to actually hunt. So I guess in this case, we can actually go to the apparel here and say no apparel on these shelves. Because the apparel that fits our criteria should go on those. Yeah, so we've got our recon armor starting to disintegrate and all that kind of stuff. Smelter destroy thing, do forever details if it's below 50%. And is not utility. So I'll actually go and process that back to materials. Alright. Do that, clear all, and human-like corpses. We're still waiting on the timer. Basically, I'm trying to bring food. Alright, raid murder lineup. They're coming from multiple directions. So you've got some pretty decent firepower over there, some pretty decent firepower over here, some pretty decent firepower over here. Do I want to stay for a reason? So first of all, no one's off on their own. This group will probably try and hold this down there. Do I care to stay? What do we even have here? So this is all meat that's all going to rot very, very soon. I do have 182 meals. We've already checked out the ancient complex. Don't really have much I care about, do they? Because we're probably right in the range where we're going to have the mechs show up. Yeah, so this side has no sniper rifle or anything, so we can outrange them. You have mostly long range, and you have a pretty good mix. I don't have a, well, actually, I do have a really good defensive position just by happenstance. Let's hold. So they will likely approach us. The downside is they're going to try and go for that cover. We want to get close enough that we aggro them. We have the range advantage here. The minigun's the only one who's got anything to throw at us. And it's a minigun, so it takes forever to wind up. Then I back up before the minigun kicks off. Well, that's annoying. It didn't show it winding up. Alright, so you took a headshot. Okay. It's not showing the wind up. This is not going as smoothly as I hoped. Because unfortunately, I'm giving them cover while not giving myself any of my own. Because if I can get rid of this group, we can then go and focus just on this side, and they should all just kind of feed in from that side. Alright, we popped their shield. Let's back off. Okay, you two start dealing with some of them. You can go after him. You go down there and deal with them. Actually, you go after them. Now what I love to see. This one's getting right past the side of us, so I need to get you on here. Okay, so we got the first group fleeing. Second group fleeing. Alright, so he took a lot more hits than I wanted, but hey, don't let that one go. Alright, so he took way more hits than I should have. Not serious, just bruises, pretty solid arm hit, pretty solid arm hit, pretty solid leg hit. All in all, not too much. His name was D. It was. Yep, it was Bob D. Holden. Meanwhile, Sans trying to run, but nobody runs from Giga. Alright. Alright, Jaywalker, you're not going to be able to participate. Granted that, you're gonna get out of here in time. That's fine. Okay, so gear. Let's go ahead and... before you die, strip off that armor. Before you die, strip off that armor. And before you go to bed, actually tend to all these injured people. There's a ton of them. I also still love medical treatment needed on the 2 people out of there, despite having 5 people in here who are injured. I will never be unhappy about that. If someone is bleeding, they should always show as medical treatment needed, even if they're laying in a medical bed. Because it kinda hides the fact that they're injured. Okay. So most likely we're going to end up with at least 1 infection out of this group. And our luck it'll be Jaywalker. Because it's like, oh, he's Jaywalker. To be fair, they're a melee pawn, so they just tend to catch some of the most injuries. Orders. Allow all. Also, so you're missing... your left eye is mangled. I do happen to have a bionic left eye. And my best doctor is you. So let's get that bionic guy in there real fast. Okay. Even though it doesn't help melee that much, it's just one of those things. We got an injury, we can get rid of it, let's do it. I was waiting for it to be botched. Okay. Surprised it hasn't all vanished yet. Okay, it all spoils in like 2 in-game hours. Alright, so we're getting all our berries and all that. We're gonna get some raw food in here. Got a giant pile of corpses to deal with. Bioferric shaping. We got dead life dust next. Beggars request aid, and they would like 39 penny-oxylin out of my 40. We're definitely not going to be facilitating that because abso-freaking-lutely not. I am not giving you all of my penny-oxylin and taking my chances with plague and malaria and all that. Major break risk, probably because you saw a corpse. That's fine. Elite expectations and all that stuff. Okay, we are guilty ideology, so our people are going to be mad that we're not helping these people, but it is what it is. Alright. Guess you're good on brick. I'll just tell with it. The marble will be better anyways. I keep trying to do this with whatever stone's available. It keeps not getting done, so I just need to make a marble and be done with it. They're trying to make these rooms nicer. If we lean on the marble, I want to say the marble has a higher beauty. It might all just be 3. It's fine. It's whatever. We get to be consistent. We can worry about what's better later. Visitors, island items to trade. Okay. So I can give you a little bit of drugs that we have sitting around from all these raiders. I'll take your individual medicine and your component, your packaged meals just because I can. And I will send you off with a bunch of weapons I'm not going to use. Yeah, it's way past what you can afford. Ancient Chem Fuel Refinery. We'll talk to him again. We're just going to gift what's left. Gift. Go down here. Let's see. Any clothing that aren't in basically mint condition. Well, I mean, the one that's at 94 we'll keep. Got all that. I already have a sniper rifle in our team. That's fine. I'll keep the one spare there. Okay, so just getting rid of a bunch of junk. there anything else you want to send off while we're here before we go on to the next tile? Guinea pig fur we can get out of here. One worn out flak vest. And a bunch of wood. Okay. We're gonna check that all out of here real fast. And yeah, we might just move on to the next tile because we are grabbing a bunch of raw food, and as you can see, it's kind of already filling this up. So honestly, by the time we get stuff packed and out of here, we'll probably have that as full as it's gonna need to be. There's our medical supplies are topped off. Our storage is basically full. Flesh beast attack. Alright, well, I was literally saying we're just gonna leave, so let's just leave. Not too fussed about it. We basically got a full inventory and no reason to stay. Alright. We got the ancient complex. The only Gravlite panels there. We can do all that. Let's see. We have an infested settlement and an ancient launch site. So let's head over here to the infested settlement. Because we're still trying to get our vac suits made. I've just got such a backlog of stuff to craft. They're just taking forever to get it done. Otherwise, the ship should already be situated to go into space. I just need the vac suit so I can go into space and do more than just sit in my ship and stare outside going, well, this was a mistake. Alright, so there's the ancient complex. So we can go here and go steam. Oh, that's a perfect spot right there. Boom. Done. Move. Yeah, no, I forgot to send drop pod. It's okay, it had next to nothing in it. I'm mostly just using the drop pod as a way of deleting materials. So then power. Cargo pods. Bunch of Psyleaf. There go zones. Dumping stockpile. Low, allow all. No rotten. No human-like. There's potatoes. There's strawberry. That'll be cotton on this one. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Put heel root over here. And this time I'll actually remember to put down my butcher table. Okay, meanwhile I can go here while it's dark and go ore. Okay, no ore on here. Blast steel. There's some components. There's some components. There's some components. There's some components. Hey, Pug, you have... Thank you for all that and hanging out and all that. Glad you enjoyed the stream and all that good stuff. Okay, so this is an infested colony. Some infested colonies, you just clear them out. There's a couple bugs inside or whatever. And then there's other infested colonies that will have a giant murder hole to climb down into, full of awful things. Oh, yep, there is a giant murder hole right there. So we get to go underneath and kill a hive queen. We'll clear the ruin first, and then we'll go into the murder hole. How are we doing on our research? Yeah, so we are up to the point of noble and enemies. I don't have a room adequate to make them happy, but hot dang are they willing to offer rewards. I'm really kind of sad that I don't have a room capable of keeping them happy. But I can't accommodate them, so it doesn't matter if I want to do it. I'm physically not allowed to accept it. Now, there's a chance that that's part of the reason I chose it, that we might find Gravlight panels or other goodies down there. We can also potentially find them in here. The odds are not very high, and if we do, it'll be like 30 or 40 of them. But I need to get it where we can, I need to get it where we can get into space so that we can pursue the Gravlight core stuff we've got. Because if we look at our list of the things to give me that, we have the abandoned platform, that's in space. Mechanoid platform, that's in space. And what we're waiting on is, if we look here, I have the vac suits. I've made 1 out of the 12 I'm intending on making. So we're not doing great on that front. How are you doing? Yeah, you're basically all better. Okay, so let's grab our people. And start checking these ruins. Here we go. Safe here. So get over here and open fire to start clearing. Oh. So let's move our entire range team to this corner. Alright, so we got that one had stuff in it. Okay, meanwhile, you all go there. There's a chance there'll be one in this corner. Medium psychic drone. The good news is almost all of our people have psychic death. Almost all of them. There's like 1 or 2 exceptions. Okay, that room's gonna have bugs in it. So get in position here, hold the door, grab all our ranged people, pile them in here. We'll start by peeling this up. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. But this run has been nothing but murder holes since you got your ship going. It's basically a big chunk of Odyssey. You're looking for the goodies? Gotta go into the murder hole. It's just whether it's the goopy murder hole, the buggy murder hole, or just like the regular murder hole. Existence is murder holes. They're just different flavors of murder holes. Okay, that might be accessible only from the other side there. So I'm happy about seeing that box. The sealed boxes are really, really good stuff. Yeah, it's when the myrrh comes insulting spree. Because of ugly environment. Cool, man. That's going to be real help. Oh, well, at least you got it done with where you did one insult and then you social fought immediately. Oh, I hate it when they do that. Get over here. Alright. So I want to open this. You two go smash that. You all get in position over here. We got just a couple rooms left to check. Monolith arrival. We'll go ahead and tell them they can research that. So again, there's going to be another annoying one where they're going to go out the door. I'll try to position ourselves such that they come after us. Come on, you should see me. You get in a position over here, ready to defend. Don't go around. That's right. I just didn't want him to go around and start smashing my stuff. Where are you going? Stop. Okay. So all of you drop back in here and start destroying the stuff in there. You two finish that one off. Okay, we've almost finished clearing this whole area. It's got this room down here and then just a peek behind there. Okay. Honestly, don't worry about that right now. We could do that after this is all said and done. Okay, and we can open this up. There's technically a chance we could have something in the middle there. Nope, not in this case. And finally... oh, we can be undrafted. Okay, and you gave us a map. An Archotech Eye. And some gold. So definitely not a bad set of finds. Now, does anyone else have an injury that should be handled? Everyone's fine so far as their eyes go. So I think Commodore might be the one to get the next eye. Actually, maybe Marguerite. You're a body modder. You all have the ridiculous SMG of pour out more bullets. You might be the right choice for this. So let's go operations, add, install Architect Eye. Must still be being actively carried over. Oh, also, orders allow, and we will say, okay, zone. Actually, I'll just wait for the other thing. We should have Harbinger trees show up. Usually not too long after the other stuff. There we go. Speak of the devil. Create this, and no animal corpses. And just like that, we got a place for the bodies. Alright, so let's get that Architect Eye installed. Meanwhile, Rongor, clean up the barracks. And then I have found in these ruins, I don't find much of any loot other than in the Queen's room. Don't botch it. Thank you. Okay, butcher everything. A wildlife. Kill it all. Absolutely all of it. Okay, Timberwolf is relatively close, so we probably do want to deal with that. What about the Lynx? They're both relatively close. We're gonna let everyone have a chance to sleep. We'll wait till Marguerite's over their stuff. Let's deal with those two dangerous animals real fast. Okay. Yeah, no, like the, with the murder hole thing, when you're doing, like, the flesh pit and they all pop out, you're like, oh, come on, man. You know, gotta be ready for it, because that's actually, we kind of just stood our ground and let ourselves get swarmed on and managed to hold it. Just because we're starting to get pretty decked out in our combat skills and having decent weapons for just dealing with lots of threats. So that's kind of mid to late game RimWorld versus early game RimWorld. Alright, so we're gonna have you better soon. I probably should wait till you get the crops in the ground before we actually go into the basement part of that, but it's fine. Yeah, none of those have... Actually... Technically there can be loot in that square. It's unlikely, but I've definitely had safes and whatever in the middle spots. Confusion due to the anesthetic, that's fine. Alright. And we are now officially under 1,000 steel. I'll actually go mine some again if there's any that isn't, like, right off the edge of the map. That's how we lost Pagey Cakes, was or near the edge of the map, went for it anyways, and then a raid happened between them and home, and that was that. That's alright, stuff I shouldn't do. Okay, so we're gonna give him a minute to get some crops down, and then once that's done, we'll move on to the next thing. You got this bench, it's already sorted, make sure it includes, yeah, it's all animals, that's fine. But yeah, so we're just gonna let him get some crops down so that while we're in the basement clearing everything out, we are dealing with the threats. Okay, and they're working on all that. Yeah, Rongor's ramblings is really getting us. So it's like, Rongor gives us Joyous, which is good. But then they also have the Ramblings at the same time, which is bad. So, generally speaking, most of the time, it's more of a negative than a positive. We can murder it? Yep. Alright, so I feel like we got at least a pretty... Oh. You're still under... Confusion. Area revealed? Yeah, it's fine. We'll do it again here in a minute. Okay, so you're better. Get your food, and then we're gonna go in the murder hole. Alright, everybody into the murder hole. The murder hole beckons. We got a bunch of crops in the ground. So basically somewhere down here will be a hive queen. And usually the best loot's by the hive queen. I honestly haven't seen very many times it's anywhere else. So we got bugs up there, bugs up there. We actually have most of the lair already visible, which is kind of nice. Get down here in a hurry since they're all kind of moving this way. There we go. Cool, so got that one, and I got another set over here. I'm trying to catch all the loose ones first, and then somewhere down here we'll walk up to the wall and be like, you hear chittering or whatever. It might be this one. That one looks pretty lit up. So somewhere in here is like the boss one. We go in, we kill it. It'll have treasure in its room. And then that's that. Can't believe you still don't have a tentacle? We don't have an unnatural healer anymore, so you won't be getting one. I just need you to hit it. Come on. Okay. Someone hit it, doesn't matter who it was. That should be enough to anger them all. Okay, and with that we run up here, destroy the nest, and meanwhile, you run there, you run here, you run there, and there, and there, and there. And there. There, 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 there. There, here. Over here. Over there. And then back. We're basically waiting for Giga to run around here and to be like, you hear skittering on the other side of the wall, or whatever the dialogue is. In the meantime, you all drop down towards the middle area and start clearing this crap up. Because honestly, we can see enough of this place. I imagine we're pretty close to being able to hit wherever the nest is, or the queen is. And grab all of you, scooch over here. Actually, don't go up there. We can wait to go there until we really need to. Because otherwise everyone's gonna be like, oh, I saw a corpse. Well, I guess we just keep destroying stuff. Thought only Russians played this game? Okay. This feels like an ambush location. Sure, a psychic emanator. I don't actually have use for more than one of those, really, but okay. Especially since most of our people, we've given them psychically deaf. So the psychic emanator doesn't actually help. There's that spot over there. There's this spot down here. There's a spot over there. This is a spot. That might be a spot there. There might be a spot up here. That's not what you want to see. You get back. Luckily, it went right for my melee, because it could have very easily stayed on target and gone, like, after one of the kids or something and probably done some pretty serious damage. Why wouldn't Russians also play this game? No, it's... They were saying they thought only Russians played this game. It's like, okay. I mean, it's a very popular game, just broadly speaking. Alright, so everyone's starting to get angry. So let's go ahead and get everyone out of here. And because I interrupted them eating, they all dropped their food. That's fine. So right by our home, we'll just grab some new food, eat real fast. But yeah, no, it's a pretty popular game, just generally globally. I know a lot of people in the US who play, a lot of people in Europe who play. Okay, Jaywalker was the only one... Well, Jaywalker and Gig are the only one who took injuries. I am observing that they are injured, and yet no one is stopping to treat them. Per the usual. Alright. Yeah, so this is an area that the queen could be. This is an area the queen could be. It looks like there might be an area there the queen could be. That might be a spot that the queen could be. That's probably too small. That's probably too small. Maybe up here. Maybe down there. Maybe over there. Yeah, I mean, it's still... With as wide as the tunnels are already torn up, I thought I was going to be able to just, like, run in there real fast and find what I'm looking for. Yeah, observed corpse. Minus 11. Recreation deprived, which is what I need to just kind of keep them here to deal with their stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Another thing we'll do, in case we do actually get everything planted, just harvest all the berries or whatever. In the meantime, just going to give people a chance to get their mood sorted out. What is in the rusted safe? There were 3 of them. There was... I actually don't remember. There's nothing amazing. There's just okay stuff. I genuinely don't remember. I think one had a book, but past that I don't really remember. It was nothing that's like, oh man, that's amazing. The restrictions of the internet, you could agree with the sentence, with restrictions of the internet. By now, it's a very known old game, yeah. May I ask how old you are? You may not. Because that is a very, like, why does that matter to anything? Alright. So everyone's... Oh, they're all doing their recreation. Yeah, it's like, why are people like, how tall are you? How much do you weigh? How old are you? Could you give me your street address? What blood type are you? What is your street address? Is your liver in really good shape? What's your social security? Yeah, it's pretty much that kind of thing. They're like, that's information that isn't really relevant to anything, so... Alright, back in the murder hole. You need your first grade teacher's thing? Ha! I don't remember my first grade teacher's name. That's information I can't even give you. Isn't that your cover question for your banking? You remember your first grade teacher's name? I remember a lot of teachers' names. My first grade teacher, not so much. Honestly, when it comes to a lot of the school stuff from when I lived up north, I don't remember a whole lot about it so far as, like, individual teachers' names or anything like that. It's not until I came down here that's, like, you know, having a good or a bad teacher was something I ran into. Up north, generally all my teachers were really solid. So when I got down here, I started kind of remembering which teachers I particularly did or did not like. Okay, so it's not there. It's not gonna be there. That's probably... It's unlikely to be there. Let's check down here. Unless it just doesn't always have a queen in it. The only one you remember is your 4th grade... Oh, I remember my 4th grade teacher. We called her the hippo lady because she really liked hippos. And had, like, hippo decor everywhere. And so all of her students, whenever they would finish her class, would get her something hippo. And while she loved it and it was adorable, she was also like, I really don't need anything else hippo. They'll send a bunch of toxic waste packs. Honestly, for that, I'm just gonna choose to ignore it. The Persona Core is cool and all that, but that seems sussy. Oh, nope. Another dud. I'm wondering if not all of them have queens. I know we did a ton of these when Odyssey like came out. We like did every single one of these kind of things we could find. I don't remember if they could not have a queen. Like, I know some of these maps just didn't have anything at all. Okay, another Psychic Emanator. Do you still have yours on you? Alright, that's 2 Psychic Emanators we've gotten here. This feels sus. There's clearly another wall side of that wall. And some Glitter World. That's probably it. Yeah, there it is. I was like, man, how have we not found this place? So let's go ahead and just, out of a curiosity, let's go run over here. And grab a ranged up here. Don't do that. Grab a ranged up here and pop this wall. Yes, there's an area over here that could have loot. Let's go deal with that. And then this area is the boss area. And the big thing you want to watch for the boss area is you want to bait out its egg spit at the beginning because it shoots acid when it does it. Okay, we leave that alone. Okay, so let's put you 2 here. Grab all our ranged back here. And then we'll pop the door open, get our range back, let the queen spit at us. And then just all hell breaks loose on the queen. Okay, all of you need to move up so you don't friendly fire this person into an early grave. Okay. Now you can go over here and open the box. The rest of you can run down here and destroy those. And how badly did you get hurt? Just some scratches, nothing serious. And Luciferum. Okay. Orders. Allow all. Oh, no, she's dead. But yeah, that is the thing. You can actually tame the queen. It's a little bit trolly that I killed the queen, and then immediately after the queen died, it was like, oh, by the way, inspired taming. Alright, so extract from the lair. Go ahead and get everyone out of here. Items. Bring all the meals that we dropped. Grab the insect jelly, the Lucy. Grab all the meat laying on the floor. And the big thing we need to watch is that there's nothing in this room. This room's the no-go room. Yeah, because we cleared this place out pretty well. We actually got quite a bit out of it. Nothing amazing. We didn't get, you know... Yeah, we'll leave it. We've already got plenty of goodies out of here. It's not worth taking any extra chances that I don't need to. And also the odds we have more boxes down here is pretty minimal. Alright, so the only medical treatment left is on you two. Okay, someone's already on it. That's all I care. What are you up to? You are reading a book while bleeding heavily from your arm. Cool, man. What did we get from down there? Oh, right. We got not one, but two psychic emanators. Which is funny, because I already have one that covers most of my ship. And we are psychically deaf on almost all of our pawns. So while I have it, it also does nothing. And so genuinely, I'll probably just trade those away. Which feels weird, because usually you really want to get a hold of these, because it's just a mood bonus to anyone in range of it. But at the same time, you know, I don't have the space to utilize it, and we're all psychically deaf anyways, so not doing a whole lot for me. Alright. So we want to get from you robust. Long jump legs would be nice. And all that. Honestly, most of the rest I don't care about. I don't care about the autocannon. Yeah, grab the Sanguiphage to try and get a bunch of good stuff. We can't get that out, but we can get all the rest of this down here. Honestly, robust is probably the big one we want. Most of the rest of it I don't really care about. Like, coagulate can be fun. It requires hemogenic. And I'm probably not going to do hemogenic. Yeah, so it's probably just robust, and then the long jump if we get it. If I get robust, we're just getting rid of the vampire and calling it a day. Are you planning to keep psychically deaf? Not particularly. I didn't go out of my way for it. It was just a way to get points earlier on. Later on, we'll probably want to change that out for something else. Trying to remember with the Impid. We want to make you happy. We want to make you have fast wound healing. Right, we were going to do it, but I need to take cellular instability, and right now at the age, cellular instability would be dangerous. Did find a hemogenic without hemogen drain. Is easy to maintain. Just for coagulate long jump? Yeah. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's not the worst. Still not something I want to deal with, because then I have to constantly either like take prisoners to be blood bags, or we run to other headaches. Technically, I could be sitting here on this person and be like, you know, prisoner hemogen farm. Actually, won't let me because that. Okay, so keeping things planting. We're going into fall. How long is the growth season here? 40 days. So we're probably going to go and have the growth season come to an end. Yeah, we're just pulling up more and more bugs and butchering them, so I've got bug meat piling up in a huge way. It's just planting this last field now. And then maybe we'll pull up enough berries and all that to get some more packaged meals made. And how goes the vac suits? Still just the one. We have gotten to the point where we're starting to have the flak stuff just sitting there, which will be good. What is Moriarty working on? You're hauling stuff. You have hauling as a higher priority than crafting? I see. So Moriarty is someone who has the crafting as a pretty low priority. So the fact that they started the vac suit has it stuck. That is always an annoying one where you got like, I want to make a bunch of these, and someone starts it and doesn't finish it, and therefore no one gets to make it at all. Even though you have like a really long list of those to make. It makes you tend to like want to prioritize who's going to work on it. Because I need those vac suits so we can go to space. Way overdue. Yeah, so probably you who would work on it. Yeah, we need someone who like literally just focuses on that and doesn't have a second priority. So right now, Commodore and Draconic do building. Moriarty is a dedicated researcher that has no other responsibilities. It's kind of just the fact that everyone has, like, dual jobs. And Jaywalker cooks as one of their responsibilities. Okay. I guess for now, I could take Jaywalker down a priority there. Okay. Make them a dedicated crafter. We can hopefully start getting a bunch of vac suits made. Yeah, so getting those done. The serum synthesis is getting done. Did we already have the monolith show up here? Yep. Okay, cool. I'm gonna need a source of bioferrite. One thing I need to do is when we leave the tile. You want 39 medicine. Fine. I am sitting on a small treasure trove of medicine right now. What I need to do is occasionally go through and rip up the Harbinger trees, because that'll give me some bioferrite. And how close are we to being able to hit these? I do have a meteor above, or an asteroid above us. If I can get the vac suits done, then what we could do is switch everyone to their vac suits and go up to an asteroid and start pulling up some vac stone. That'll let me potentially get the bigger engines as well as the get more of the gravlite plates and all that. Which that'll be some doing to get some more engines on our ship and leave myself a whole lot of space to work. And you only got just under 75 tiles worth of space left we can work with. I mean, one thing I could do is reinstall you from here to back there. That keeps it in range. Now that gave me plenty of space to work back here. We're putting a bunch of engines on here. Okay. Four more days, we start throwing the sanguiphage in, hoping for goodies. And then you are aging up alright. Ooh, your growth tier is actually pretty terrible. To be fair, I've been having you run around and do a bunch of fighting and all that. It also helps Annabella doesn't really need to eat as much now. Okay, so now we're grabbing berries and stuff like that. Which does mean we'll be making more and more packaged meals. Also still weird to me that those are sitting on the floor. Okay. We'll end up needing more ship for more bedrooms. That'll be another one of these things. We'll worry about that when we get there. Serum synthesis, so that puts Dead Life Dust next. Also Ghoul Resurrection. Aw, that sucks. Dimming Sky. Well, that's the Noctils. And that does mean none of my crops are gonna grow. So that sucks a lot, because that kind of defeats the point of me staying here. Yeah, nothing's ready. So we got everything worthwhile. We're not even gonna wait for the Unnatural Darkness. We're also actually apparently chucking package meals outside here, because there's no room. So we've already gotten everything we want off this tile. There's nothing left for us. Okay, so we can go to an ancient launch site, an ancient complex, an ancient launch site, fish, marshy, a chasm, an abandoned colony with increased pollution, which is interesting because it says 0 pollution and increased pollution, so I'm not sure how that works out. A basin. A lake with an island. Well, if we go straight down this way, they'll start putting us towards being able to go after this and these asteroids. I don't have my vac suits ready. This might be one. I might just jump down here. No special destination in mind. And for the Dimming Sky, that's just the Noctil event. We can handle it fine. We've done the Noctil event twice already. It's just because it'll prevent our crops from growing and cause a lot of them to die and rot and all that. And then going into the winter and everything, it's like, okay, that's going to cost me time anyways. Versus this will be a year-round tile. We can keep pushing down this way. The Mechanator's over there. I probably won't do any of the Mechanator stuff this time around. This should put me in a decent position for trying to do other things. Alright. So I got a bunch of ore and all up there. We got you right in the middle. Okay. The ancient complexes generally don't. I think the boxes can technically do it, but it's one of those things that's like the odds are pretty appalling, so probably not worth it. But I don't know that for sure one way or the other. One thing I'm gonna need to do, and are probably overdue for it, is make at least a little bit of hydroponics on the ship so I can at least get a trickle feed of, Oh, there's so many dangerous animals on this map. Okay. I guess let's just do a tour and kill all the things that are dangerous on the map, because there is a heck of a lot of them. And thank you for the follow. Well, so we got 2 wargs over there. Start working our way over here. Because we leave them alone, there's a very high probability the moment I turn my back, they're going to kill the kids. Or at least try to. And then it's just a matter of, are the kids in a position that I can get help to them on time or not? And I can restrict how far they can go, but once you start doing that, it ends up becoming a thing where, you know, they can't nature run because they can't get far enough away. And we got a cougar down there. And the 2 bears are over there. And then the bears. Sounds like your old neighborhood. Come on, man. I don't want to be doing this too much longer. I got power to turn on and all that. And just like that, the only dangerous animal left on the map is the red fox, which can be hunted safely. Are you playing vanilla? Pretty much. There's a couple of like UI mods, and that's about it. The only mods that affect gameplay I've got going on is we have no starting research and semi-random research, which just basically means I didn't start with any research at all. And then I don't have control about what I research next. But we're getting pretty endgame where there's not many things left for me to research. NP music. Well, that's what I was saying is gameplay things that affect that. Everything else is like UI music, that kind of thing. But yeah, no, we are running P music. Oh, wait. Almost made a mistake. Production. Get the butcher table. Seriously, you can't play without like 200 mods? I'm sorry. You gotta play P music when you make your P money in Farm Sim. You know, nothing wrong with mods, but like, you're like, cannot play the game without, you know, without a bajillion mods. Like, I'm sorry. I honestly find, you know, going mod heavy very frustrating. The game just takes forever to load. Be far less stable. Alright. Some more jade over there. Don't care about that. Better check that area. That's clear. Yeah, not a lot of ore we care about on this map, but that's fine. Okay. Then someone follows you? Yeah, no, that's just the whole thing with that clip where we're farming peas and it's like, you know, gotta make that pea money. And it's just like drop follows like, come on, man, that's weird. It's a joke, so it's fine. You have a handful of mods that you prefer when you play, but you're trimming your list more and more as the game is updated and no longer want some. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm not being like, oh, don't mod. I don't want to go like to have that extreme. But you'll have people who are like, oh yeah, no, I keep about 400 mods loaded. I'm like, man, you must sit there for half an hour waiting for your poor game to boot up. Like your load times and your performance could get real bad, real fast, and you go that heavy on the mods. And that's not even a RimWorld thing. That's just like an all games thing. And thank you, Jay Walker, for the tier 1 sub. That 31 Munchman sub the channel. And I do appreciate that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you. Yeah, no, that's like Project Zomboid, you'll load up the first screen and that part's fine. But it's when you actually go to load up the map and you'll be like on, it was the end of days, this is how you died, like that whole spiel. You'll sit on that screen and it'll be like on that black screen. And it can hang for a good like 5-10 minutes if you got any decent number of mods. I never go very heavy on my mods in the first place. And even just putting a couple mods like Cryogenic Winter on there, you can start making that screen drag a little bit. City Skylines is one that I get myself with that. Because City Skylines, I'll grab a bunch of things where it's like the official mods. So it'll be like, the content pack for like the European buildings or the Dutch buildings or the Japanese buildings or the whatever. Traditional Chinese buildings, all that kind of stuff. And so you grab all those packs, you can have a city of all sorts of different aesthetics. And oh boy, can that make your load times get nasty. It also gets like completely appalling in the amount of RAM it eats. It's fun, it's cool, but them load times get ugly. It's one of those things that you start getting your load times that long, you're like, man, I could sit down and maybe game for half an hour to an hour. Do I really want to give up a sixth of my time waiting for my game to load? Probably not. I'll go play something else. And honestly, City Skylines isn't that bad loading when you don't mod heavily. It can get there. Okay, so we have Jaywalker as a dedicated crafter. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go out of my way to say, hey, Jaywalker, you do that specifically. Because it keeps getting passed over to Luxray, who starts it, and then, goes to cooking because that's their main responsibility. Now, one of the things you can do to work around this is I can go like this. I can choose that. And paste. And bring it up. And go to details. And have a second copy. And this one can be Luxray. And then copy. And then paste. And then bring it up. And choose the third one. And change it to Moriarty. You get where this is going. Like, that is one way to work around it. So it'd be Commodore, actually, probably not Moriarty. That is one way to work around the issue. You've hardly watched City Skylines 2? Yeah, it could be fun. What's the mod on the left that makes it into the categories? Nothing in a bad way. You end up getting a good amount of mods and not noticing. It only takes a bit of load time, 3 minutes maybe. Yeah. So what's the mod on the left that makes it into categories? You mean this? This isn't a mod. This is just a base. This is just the game. You don't need a mod for that. And if you're talking about on the crafting benches, it's like better crafting menus or whatever. I've got a command on the Twitch side that gives all the mod information, but I don't have a bot that works with YouTube yet, so I need to get that sorted. It's one of the clickable options on the lower right. Yeah, so it's down here, I believe. No, it's not the learning hub. There it is. Yeah, so it's down here on the bottom right. Toggle categorize mode. Launch site discovery, monolith arrival, keep researching the monolith. Yeah, that's kind of one of the things. There's a lot of functionality in RimWorld that solves a lot of problems that the game does a really terrible job of like showing you that it's there. So you either just kind of have to know. A lot of these icons on the bottom right, like you can see the fertility of the soil. If there's pollution, we could see it. You can see like what weight different tiles can support. Is there a roof over it? What the temperature is. Like, get all the stats about rooms and all that. The beauty of any given area and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's tons of stuff down there. You also got like a button for all the anomaly stuff. It's all down there, but it's just one of those things that's super easy to miss. And you know, there's nothing in the game that tells you to check that out. You can also even go into some of your stuff in here, and the idea about being able to do multiple colonies is in here. You can have it like whether or not it's running in the background and all that. There's a bunch of interface options here to change like the way the clock works and all that. All your units and whatever. Show the mech names or not. There's tons of stuff in there. But you just gotta read through, and the problem is, some of the stuff is straightforward. Showing the mech names, sure. You have mechs, you can show their names, fair enough. But some of the stuff can be, like, very cryptic if you're new to the game, you don't know the mechanic and what's trying to explain to you, kind of deal. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so beauty -3. Okay, that's fine. Do we actually have a colonist who can do art yet? Because I've been deliberately not penalizing the kids' art because everyone else's does have, you know, bad art. And I need to get some stuff to make these rooms nicer. And art would be a good way of doing that. Because if I get it to at least slightly impressive, they'll start getting a better bonus. And how are you doing? 1.5 days, and we can start gene stealing the sanguiphage. Like I said, the big goal is robust. We can get anything else fun, that's great, but robust is what we want out of here. Once I get robust, the sanguiphage probably getting chucked out the back and left to rot. Alright, so vac suits are actually getting made finally. And so we do have 12 pawns, of which 2 are kids. But I do have the vac suits being made. I will make a spare kids vac suit. Well, actually, no, because it won't be able to fit on a shelf. Actually, that's fine. Yeah, so because you do want to have a spare vac suit just in case you're in space and like one of your people's vac suits like gets to the point of disintegrating, which shouldn't happen. Anti-grain warhead. I'm not worried about going after that. I'm not gonna have to go after the farming. I'm not gonna have to go to the logging. Not going after the hunting people. Not going after the logging. There definitely needs to be some kind of limit with the ancient sites and all that, because we keep getting all of these things, and that's fine, but like the loot in them gets to be a bit meh after a while, and you get one every single year, and like me landing on a tile and farming and waiting for the crops to come up, that takes a good chunk of the year to make it happen. Okay. A masterwork formal shirt. Cool. A harbinger tree, that's fine. And no animal corpses. Gonna go up here, orders. Tell them to harvest any berries or anything like they get that done once they get the field planted. Okay. Yeah, so we got Quick Sleeper and Jogger right now, so those are 2 good traits for the kids. Only got a little while longer till they age up. And it does look like both of them are going to age up at least enough to probably get their choice of traits. Maybe not as many passions as we'd like, but that is what it is. So my intent here is to be able to jump up to one of these up here. It doesn't matter which one, because I'm not actually after the Plasteel. I'll certainly take it. But we'd like to get up there for the Vaxstone. And so one thing I'm going to go ahead and add here is add new, make Vaxstone, do forever, roll you up there, actually do until you have... But go out of our way to get Vaxstone. We'll pop over here. Vaxstone blocks are permitted on those shelves. All right, Bean, it's gambling time. Get in the machine. So the odds we get robust are terrible. Because we have, what is that? 4 by 7, so 28, 29, so 30 different things in here. So a 1 in 30 chance for each one we get of getting that. It's pretty awful. Pretty awful. Now, granted, we could get one that gets 2 or 3 traits together, so that does give me technically a little bit higher chance. But if you imagine each one of those ones rolling, has it been 2 years? It's been 2 years since we got the Sanguiphage in here. It's not been 2 years since they've joined. Or they've gotten their stuff sorted. It's only been about a quarter of a year. But I figure they're going to be in the colony aging up anyways. It just means we're investing in the future. Because you can get through a year much faster than you'd expect. Especially if you're like fast-forwarding time, just getting stuff done. Because like when we plant these, it usually takes at least 15, 20, 30 days to get my crops up. And 30 days is half a year. And then we can only jump from place to place like every 5 days, give or take. Which is a good chunk of a season. Extract Pyrophobia and Tox Immunity. Well, I'm not going to be keeping those. Yeah, no, it's pretty rough at the beginning. Yep, and so if you get the idea, each time we go to grab these genes, I could do it once, like just a little bit over, like a little bit less than once per season. So I get about 3-ish goes per season, or per, year to do that. I'm really trying to push this anomaly research. But it does suck that all of this got opened up. Because it's diluted the pool of what I can draw for researching anomaly stuff a lot. And how goes the vac suits? Alright, we're at 3 out of 12. Progress is actively being made. So you're looking for a new cape. Yeah, so it's the capes that are wearing out. And that's because we are having them work on getting the flak vests. But that's where I made the comment of I really do need to have inside my ship. I really do need a place to do hydroponics. Because the hydroponics can put like 1 or 2 shelves for cotton, 1 or 2 shelves for medicine. You get the idea. I don't need it to be a thing to sustain my food. But if I can get it to be at least just enough that I can get, like a trickle feed of cotton happening at all times. It'll keep my flak vests coming in until we're ready to start looking at stuff like Cataphract and Recon and all that. Yeah, because Cataphract is advanced components, plasteel, and uranium. And the Recon armor is advanced components, plasteel, and uranium. And the big downside of Cataphract is while it's extremely durable, because it covers your whole body, it does have a tendency of getting damaged pretty easily because every single part of your body's covered, so every single hit you take takes its durability. So when you get a fight that's a just death by 1,000 cuts kind of fight, what'll happen is you'll hold up extremely well until the Cataphract armor practically explodes off your body suddenly because they just chipped down the durability to nothing even before your pawn dies. It's still worth using. It's just that's kind of one of the negatives of it. In your last round, you built Cataphract for everyone until the ship launch because you didn't want that to happen. Yep. Combat supplier. That's fine. Because I haven't had with the space stuff. But I've definitely had, like, in the middle of a fight, relatively new Cataphract armor just practically liquefy off my person. Okay, so let's go in here, because we did get one I didn't want. So you have Kind and Furry Tail. And Kind is separate from Dead Calm. I'll grab the Kind. And I'll get rid of the Tox Immunity. Get rid of that book. Okay, we're gonna do some shopping here. So, we do have some decent flak pants. There's a flak helmet that's worn out. Alright. That's gonna be better than just a regular old spear. Okay. Which turret is your favorite? I don't generally use turrets. Generally I've found the turrets are pretty useless on their own. Their accuracy's pretty bad. And sure they can do damage. Generally I find the turrets to work better as basically being landmines. That it's just a thing that shoots at the enemy and then the enemy runs up to hit it and explodes in their face. I would much rather give myself a more defensible position and have my own colonists work, because the turrets just never really get that much better. Oh yeah, the little deployable one's good. The little backpack one, that one's good. Because you can chuck that at the enemies. But it's also one of those things that, again, it's basically for the landmine purposes. Yeah, it can get a couple of hits in, and that's cool. But ultimately, the thing that really carries it is just the fact that, you know, they're going to run up and you're going to explode it on their face. Yep, so our worn out marine helmet. Just trying to clean up where we're starting to chuck stuff on the ground over here. But yeah. Now, RimWorld just being able to put like a line of turrets outside your base, unless you're modding, is not really viable. You can kind of get away with it, but like for the bigger ones, you got to replace the barrels, and like the littler ones, like I said, the accuracy's kind of garbage. The damage is fine, but their fire rate's not amazing, so they just end up exploding most of those once you get any meaningful kind of raids going on. Early game, they can hold up. Or if you're on lower difficulties, they can hold up okay. Container continue to make package meals. Most of which are just getting laid outside. Yeah, his vac suits are taking a hot minute to make. We're up to 4 vac suits now. At a minimum, I need 10 adult vac suits and 2 children's vac suits. We have the children's vac suits already made. I just need the 10 adults. So we're going to try and hold out for that, and then we're going to go for this plasteel asteroid above us. I should have enough oxygen production and enough heaters to handle that. Yeah, right now I've got 4 oxygen producers here. That is kind of one of the things I wish RimWorld would give us, is like while you're on the ground, being able to gauge the capacity of your ship to handle space things. Because it's kind of one of those ones where you get up to space and be like, oh, was there a situation? Oh, I'm not good for it. And then trying to, you know, panic adjust. But yeah. Yeah, so they keep putting a couple of meals out there, and then they grab some raw ingredients off this shelf, and then they grab the meals in. Okay, with the marble floors, it's still marked as decent. So yeah, that's gonna be definitely getting art to happen. So you're at 4. You're getting ready to be at 3. You're at 5 vac suits. Let's see, do vac suits make pawns immune to toxic fallout? I believe with the helmet and that it does. If I remember correctly, the helmet's like 80% of the way there. Yeah, so 80% toxic protection. And then the chest piece is... The chest piece does nothing, so it's not... Okay, so you get 80%. So not 100% toxic immunity, but 80% reduction. Which is pretty good. So that means you're only going to get 1/5 the tox buildup you'd normally get. And considering if you go out, do a little bit of tox buildup, and then go in and go to sleep, I think you'd still be able to eventually overwhelm your character. But, like, that would be them waking up and then spending the entire day, like, working in the field, getting the toxic waste buildup and all that. I believe the only ways to get true tox immunity is, 1, you get the tox immunity, or like the biotech, the things that give you tox immunity, or 2 is there's the tox lungs. I believe you get 2 tox lungs, you also get tox immunity, because I think it's 50% per lung. Or a combination thereof of like wearing the helmet and having 1 lung, or that kind of thing. Big thing is I need advanced fabrication. We're just waiting to start making bionics and all that kind of stuff. The kidneys too, you think? Well, it's either the kidneys or the lungs or whatever what is. There's a couple combinations, but I don't believe the vac suit by itself covers it. And I got 3 different people working on vac suits. Yeah, so if I hadn't redone the way I've set that up, they would have just gotten stuck by now. And I've had to, like, reset it a couple times. And pulse charges? Advanced fabrication. Alright. Advanced fabrication finally opens up the door. where we can start going in here and making a bunch of our stuff. So, we have a lot of cool things. So we can get like the coagulator and the healing enhancer and immuno enhancer and all this good stuff. We're gonna go with the idea of bionic leg, make it TF1, bionic arm, make it TF1, bionic eye, make it TF1. We don't need to worry about the stomach and all that. That's not that important for us right now. The immuno enhancer, make it TF1. I gotta remember, there was some of these that conflict, and some of these that don't. With the immuno enhancer, the coagulator, and the healing one, I feel like some of those conflicted. I don't remember which way it went, though. You can do the aesthetic nose, if someone gets the thing. You don't bother with the immune enhancers? I mean, they can still be good. Sterilizing stomach. Nuclear stomach has the benefit of you can't get food poisoning and all that anymore, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it prevents gutworm, so nuclear stomach is good. And then we have... I always forget. So there's the different glands here. So there's the stone skin gland. That's 30, 50, 70. And a movement speed penalty. We've got the armor skin gland. So it's a little bit less. And a minus a penalty. And then we have the puff skin gland, which I believe is the one that doesn't have that big of a penalty at all. Yes, there's no beauty penalty to the person implanted. There's no penalty to their social. All of them are good. I've many times in the past gotten the stone skin gland, even though that movement speed penalty will get you in trouble. And then the beauty does have a tendency to cause people to have grief. But those bonuses, plus like robust, does just get silly. They'll do stone skin gland. That's probably a mistake as well. It'll be great. Gilrot, don't care about that at all. Alright. And you get like the learning assistance and all that kind of stuff. I usually don't worry about any of that stuff. But yeah, I always forget. I know some of those things in the chest conflict. And then on top of that, let's see, are there any of these ones? So we can get all sorts of like knee spikes and all. I usually don't worry about that. They can be helpful. And if I do ghouls, usually I'll give them 2 power fists, then I'll give them a power fist, then I'll ghoulify them. Made puns. Well, that's the reason why you get the aesthetic nose. Is you do the stone skin gland, then you get the aesthetic nose to undo the penalty, or at least mitigate it. No pilot assist? I honestly haven't done the pilot assist. It's not bad. I'm trying to remember with these. There's the circadian assistant. Yeah, it just makes it so they don't go to sleep. They don't get sleepy as fast. And then there's the half cycle, which like massively penalizes their consciousness. So I guess the thing. I haven't grabbed the aesthetic. That's what I'm trying to remember. Some of these you can't have together, and I never can remember which ones. Yeah, so that's beauty +1. And then the nose is, I think, another beauty +1. Yeah, so I would need both of those to counter the skin thing. And I'm assuming it's... I'm guessing it's skin gland, and those might not work together. That's what I'm trying to remember. is I remember some of those, if you install one, then you'd put the other one, it removes the first one. I just don't. I want to say it was either coagular, the healing enhancer, or the immuno enhancer. I do not remember which ones. I usually, because I'm doing random research, I usually don't end up having access to a lot of these things most runs. So it's always those ones like the head scratch being like, which were there. Oh, now we're getting a bunch more of these. Okay, I need to build more shelves. For unfinished products. Oh, we don't have the materials. So grab the granite ones. We do not want those things sitting outside and rotten. Okay, that way anything unfinished, instead of being chucked back here to waste materials, we keep picking it up. And we're gonna start burning through advanced components very rapidly. But we're gonna start bionicking out our people. Now, the only real danger with bionicking out your people is then you start doing EMP stuff. That can be bad. If you're fully teched out and you get caught in your own EMP trying to do the mechs, then suddenly a person like collapses throwing up on the ground because they've got, you know, a nuclear stomach and a whole bunch of stuff, and you just, or I can't remember which one it was, but there's a bunch of them where you can cause your people to collapse and throw up and all sorts of stuff, or get knocked unconscious if you EMP and you've got all the tech stuff going on. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back in a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Oh, was it the clip of the mech queens with all the centipedes that, like, we fought, or was it the one where there was the two factions fighting in front of my base, and I didn't see that they just, like, drop-podded in behind me? Because, yeah, both of those we survived. The drop-pod one, I ended up basically kiting them the whole way around my base, like, twice. And actually, they didn't take a single... Well, actually, no. The drop-pod one, I think we lost one person in that fight. Which, considering we were caught out of position, and they were, like, fully decked out, and we weren't, is honestly not that bad. Because usually when you're out of position, that's when a colony stops being a colony, and you start looking at a game over screen. And then the mech queen, or the, war queens, it was what? 4 war queens, and, like, 12 or 16 centipedes, and, like, a couple of lancers, or whatever. And we had, like, it's something like 8 people, and we took it on, and we did win it. That was during Odyssey, and it was one of those ones, like, at the very, very end of it, it was, I had, like, one person mostly bled out, took down the last war queen, and, like, slowly pieced everyone back together, and we took no casualties. But it was something, I think that quest gave us, like, 2 or 3 mech resurrection serum, or some ridiculous nonsense, which is why I was like, okay, hang on. Like, it's a fight I should not take. Like, objectively, I should not take. But Cassie knows how to bribe. Cassie knows sometimes how to tempt you to doing things you ought not to. That you'll be sitting there and you'll be like, man, you know, 3x3 mech cluster raid or whatever, and you're going, oh, there's no way. And he goes, but what if? What if a legendary Persona Zeus hammer that actually's got some good rolls on it, like Fast Walker and Free, whatever the one that lets you use fast, and you're staring at that going, Cassie, you SO. Cassie, you monster, how could you do this to me? You know my greed is too strong. That I look at like one of the best possible weapons I can get a hold of. And I know I shouldn't take it, but you know, it may not have worked for the last 10 people, but it could work for us. Alright, so it shouldn't be too much longer before we start to get to harvest all this. Harvest a tree sprout, that's fine. I'm actually surprised they're growing that fast. I'm not feeding you animals or something, right? Okay. I'm curious what making you grow so fast, because we haven't had a raid on this tile yet. So it's not like I've got a bunch of corpses I fed them or something. Okay. Yeah, no, that was what I remember. I remember they were better equipped than I was. They had more people than I did. They had better range than I did, so far as, like, max range. And it was one of those things that had to, like, keep circling the ship, and it's on the right side of the ship, there was a spot that was, like, 2 tiles wide. And so they kept doing is pulling him over to that side of the ship, fighting him at that spot, taking out a couple of them, and then running before they could get their sniper rifles on me and all that again. And then going around the ship again, you know, stopping to shoot back, and then going around the corner, stopping and shooting back, and just kind of going in that circle. And the only person we lost is one of the sniper rifles got 1 shot off, and it was just one of those ones where, you know, the person, it doesn't matter their armor, they get tagged and their brain just explodes, and you're just like, alright. Alright, RimWorld, I see how you are. Yeah, because I remember that was the, is there our first or second anomaly? Was that anomaly? Or was that just one of the first times I was doing the geological landforms mod? I feel like it was anomaly, but I don't say that with confidence. Yeah, it was a cool map. I do remember it was a cool map, but I want to think it was the same map that we got trapped by the heart, like in our map, because it's just this like cool like bottleneck map, and I couldn't do anything. So I'm gonna trade you again, gift. Let's say 160. Keep our standings up a little bit. Yeah, so getting our meals back out here again. Just let them keep doing their thing. Alright, so we're up to 7 vac suits, and we need 10. We have not successfully made a single part yet, which is fine. It's no rush. They can just keep working on it, and little by little we'll bionic out our people. We also want to get the de-aging stuff. That's also part of the reason I'm staying on this tile, is I'm trying to slowly get the anomaly stuff researched. It's the downside is just the way anomaly works. Because I've maxed out the monolith, it's only giving me advanced research, which means where you see the dead life dust there, and you're like, cool, dead life dust. You'll get that done, and then you'll get to do one of these ones. It's got 0 progress, because it's going to go to the advanced first, and only when all of this is researched will it drop back over here. The good news is, when this is done, I say, realizing it's going to be a very long time, we're down to just getting the Revenant thing, and then there's literally just what I want. Because I want the Chronophagy, that's what we're trying to hold out for. So I just need to keep the anomaly stuff going. Masterwork vac suit. Ooh. Oh, can you not select your advanced research with random research mod? No. So with this, it is, you know, just set to it. Like they're all locked in. So it's just gonna go ahead and do that. With the unmodded one, yeah, you'd be able to, like, untoggle it, but because it's locked in, because of our semi-random research, that just is what it is. It just kind of sucks because the prioritizations, it will prioritize the advance over it. The good news is most of those aren't too bad. We're looking at this, they're all like 25s and 35s. So at least it's not like the 60s of these ones down here, but unfortunately it is going to take an early 80 from the pit gate. Alright. So we're getting close. We're at 8 vac suits. And so what we'll do is, once we've got the vac suits made, sucks that takes so long. I've got to get that sorted. That's part of the reason we're going up the asteroid, is with the vac stone I can burn a bunch of plasteel to make that. The decision to randomly backing out of it now isn't happening. It was a decision to randomly backing out of it isn't. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I mean, we're doing the semi-random research. I could go in here and untoggle that. I'd still have to finish this research, but then it would give me a list of 3. I mean, honestly, at this point, with the random research, there's not much left. I've got 3 technologies in the first area. Well, that one I won't be able to get. 2 technologies there. 1 technology at this tier. 3 technologies here. And then 3 technologies there. So, look, it won't be too much longer till literally we just get rid of the research bench because it would serve no purpose anymore. And then this would become another fabrication bench. Which is a weird thing to consider. But because I have, like, if I had an anomaly on my ship this whole time, we would have already maxed out all the anomaly stuff. It is just the fact that I have only the monolith. I do need to get something on here. Ideally a Revenant. I really personally do like keeping a Revenant with me. Okay, so there's that. Now I got the Mind Numb. Revenant is always my favorite one to keep once you're past the very early game. Okay. It'd be nice to get the cotton up. Even if I harvest it early and only get partial credit, it'd be good to get the cotton up, because that'll be flak armor. I still have a little while longer till we have our vac suits done, though. And how are you coming along? You should be getting pretty close to your next stage up. A little over half a season. And about a season and a half-ish. You like when the spawn has an entity slaughterer break and goes to the Revenant? Yeah, it's the same for me when they release a Revenant. Usually once you get some real damage, and like, I'm gonna release the Revenant, you're like, okay, and you just go to the choke point the Revenant's gonna have to go by. By then you've got something you can pop it out, whether it's, you know, pop it out with the fire foam popper or like breathe fire, whatever. EMP, you've got something. And so you just run up and just kind of go tag, nuke, put it back. That's the reason why, like, it's after early game I don't mind it. Early game it can be rough because it breaks out and you got 5 people and you're like, oh, okay, as it drops one of your people. Will be interesting to see Giga chase it. Honestly, so the Revenant would still definitely be faster, but it will, Giga would probably keep a pretty good pace once we get a single hit, like on the leg or whatever. Revenants, they have a kind of a special sprint ability that they like really haul, but once you get some hits in where you like reduce their max speed, then you can start keeping up with them by having like one person chase the other person shoots and trading off back and forth. Because it is only a temporary sprint. And then if you're lucky and you get like a stun on them while their sprint's up, you can just burn out their cooldown. It's not a very long cooldown, it's like 10-15 seconds. But yeah. No, I remember doing that a number of times where I had just chase the Revenant around the map because I only had like 2 people up still. And so it's just a matter of chasing them desperately, trying to finish it off before they knocked out another one, and it'd be too hard to deal with it. Alright, so still at 8. The good news is once I get these vac suits online, we should be good for a nice long while. The thing I'm going to run into is with these, I've told them to not accept armor that's below a certain percent. So I suspect a lot of our people who are starting to wear out their flak suits, we're going to put on all the vac suits, and then we're going to dump all our armor on the ground. You got wiped over and over when you first got the DLCs, those things wrecked you. The thing to realize with the Revenant that a lot of people didn't catch is, while you can go into all the details on it, the Revenant is all about time on target, which is basically how long you can keep doing damage to it. It's effectively a DPS race. But the DPS race isn't just raw time, it's if you can keep stunning it or keep cutting it off or whatever, you can drag out that time. Because I definitely remember being like really badly equipped, like still being at bows and spears and taking out a Revenant. But I had to use like really dirty tricks. So like you'd have your room, you'd back everyone into the corner, and you'd have the wall on the other side of the room at like, 59 out of 60 build. The Revenant would run in, you have one person run past the Revenant, put the last tile in, and so while the Revenant was hypnotizing, you just pound away at it, and it'd go in and chip through the block in like 2 or 3 or 4 hits, so it's pretty quick, it gets through a wall. But during that time, you're just in there thwacking it with spears and all that. And it gets dodgy. But yeah, it's just the moment you realize you got a Revenant on the scene, doing what you can to know when the Revenant's going in for the attack, and pile everyone together, just dump as much damage into it as fast as you possibly can. Which is why once you get to mid-game, it's not a problem, because between SMGs and chain shotguns and assault rifles, you're just doing so much damage that you can just rip through it in seconds. And also the moment you get like the flare packs or whatever, with flare packs, or once you've got the longer tracking distance and EMPs, you can usually kind of go around and suss out the Revenant and just like, you know, keep hitting it and chaining around, doing more damage. But that's kind of the race of your mood. Trying to keep your mood up while you're doing all that. There's a grizzly bear down there. We'll probably want to deal with that at some point. Yeah, honestly, for me with Anomaly, the encounter that killed the most of my colonists would be the pit gate. The number of times I got down the pit gate, I ended up killing the main thing, and then just having injured pawns, then trying to retrieve those pawns before the roof collapses with everything else going on. And then you have like all the walls collapsing, exposing new enemies you hadn't seen, and, you know, just getting overrun. I don't think I ever game overed to a pit gate, but I definitely had a number of times with the pit gate that people got properly wrecked. What was this one again? Here's the gene. Do not go through sentience the normal way. They will never get age-related disease like cancer, bad back, or cataracts, or dementia. Which is interesting, because that would be good, but I do wonder, like, if that combines with nuclear stomach to prevent cancer entirely. Yep. That's what I was thinking, because I've never done that way. Usually I just tank tank all the stuff, because you can just usually treat it really really easily. And I know that's going to upset people, giving away 2 psychic emanators, but I've got like 3 or 4 of them. I'll take the glitter world for finite components. I'll take the advanced components because I can. Speculation in the next DLC. So we don't know at all what we're getting for the next DLC. My hope for the next DLC is that diplomacy gets a work on. I don't know why you'd ever want to grab a Death Acidifier. Outlaw camp. So, okay, someone's hauling it, that's all it cares. Alright, so now I want to work on getting the Archite, whatever, to do those. Because if we can do that, we can get the nuclear stomach and the cell instability, and that'll help with a lot of stuff. Right, and because it's all age-related thing, that include like heart attacks and all that. So the primary concern of why we haven't been redoing some of these people, because the cellular instability would take them from right now they're in a reasonable age to what would be potentially death by old age in RimWorld terms. Once you have the cellular instability, you'd be up in that area. Gives you godlike powers? We already have that. Royalty gives us the psi casting. Unless you mean something else, but like, we can already affect a lot of things in the game. That said, I have said a number of times that I would love to see not truly a roguelite or whatever kind of mechanic, but I would like to see them expand on the unique weapon idea, but instead where we have, like, for ideology, you've got your relics for your ideology, have something like that, but instead of being tied to ideology, it's just these relics you get that you can do some kind of ritual to activate them. And it would kind of be each one does something good and something bad. And then the idea is using these would fundamentally change the world kind of thing, whether it's like messing with the temperature or literally paralyze it or penalizing everyone's accuracy, including your own, in the world, or, you know, anything that's got like numbers behind in the game, be able to like fudge those around to just truly do some weird and broken things. But, like, there's no deterministic about it. You just get what you get. Because I could certainly see a thing where it's like, oh, you can use this one, and it penalizes accuracy, but, you know, maybe plants grow faster. And you find a couple combinations and go, wait a second, I can, like, 3 times over penalize shooting accuracy. Hang on, are we doing a melee-only run now? and just leaning into the memes of like penalizing everyone's accuracy by like 60% or something by the time you put it all together. And just everyone runs in with their guns and just can't hit anything. So you get a ton of people with shield belts just running up and just causing mayhem. That your only thing you fear is like doomsday rockets and stuff like that where you can get away with no accuracy. I don't think it's going to be anything like that. That's something I've wanted for a long time. Like when Anomaly, when we first got the screenshot before we knew anything about it that is even called Anomaly yet, and the lady was like holding the square, the cube, the gold cube, I was like, okay, we're getting relics. Like there's, you know, I thought that was going to be an ancient complex, ancient danger, like rework to make them more interesting. Kind of like what we got with Odyssey so far as the other locations that got added new. But, you know, for the ancient complex, ancient danger, and then, you know, you'd have relics and they would have some type of like psionic thing they did. And that was kind of my hope, is that you could kind of change the world. Because if you think about it, you have ideology, lets you kind of change like the whole area around your colony so far as like how you interact with it, because your pawns have different beliefs and all that, but it's kind of the whole colony is going to, you know, typically be an ideology. You've got biotech where you can go into your different colonists and you can fundamentally change the colonists individually and like how they operate. Odyssey gives us the entire world to have access to, but we can't influence or change it. Not meaningfully, at least. You know, we can make tiles unavailable and we can do pollution and stuff like that, but nothing that's really, you know, anything of substance. Now, it would be cool to, again, be able to influence the world. Or even if it's not something like these relic ideas, the idea about going to the world and I could deploy a thing here that it's some like super reactor or whatever that I get something, or cause like a meteor strike to give me like really good resources, but it decimates like a giant area of the world or somehow changes it or whatever. But you get the idea, like have some greater global influence impact. But it would be one of those things that one of the consequences, and this is one of the reasons I would want diplomacy to tie into it, to like make it so our faction stuff isn't just plus and minus, you know, have stuff like defense packs or whatever, so there's more value in keeping allies, that you can do these things to get all this good stuff, but it pisses off everybody and all that stuff. Or like right now we have the mech pursuit. I would like it to also be that you could do stuff to cause a faction to hate you so much that they relentlessly pursue you, similar to the mech pursuit. So, you know, for this one where you're screwing with the world, you go and you screw with the world enough that you start making enemies out of the other factions, and not just the normal, again, hostile, but like they have a vendetta to get you personally and individually. And so it starts being a thing where they keep attacking and you keep having to run away or whatever. For that to work, we would need to have it lean into kind of another mobile one, which then you could use the grab ship. I could also go for the idea of, instead of having the grab ship, they could do something like that, but maybe it's like a treaded rover or whatever, so it doesn't move as fast. But like you can kind of put your colony on the back of it and drive it into a new tile or whatever. But it wouldn't have nearly the range or coverage as the grab ship, but it would have less limitations. But I do like that now the world matters in RimWorld. Because usually the comment I give when people ask me about Odyssey, it's like, before Odyssey, this is how much of the world mattered. It was just, where could things nearby you spawn that you might have to respond to? And then maybe trading with a neighbor or whatever. But that's the only world that really mattered. Unless you're doing like Ship to the Stars. So the entire rest of this globe might as well not be loaded. The only reason you load it is trying to find where you want to put your initial tile. But otherwise the rest of the world is utterly irrelevant. But with Odyssey, the whole world's in play now. Alright, we're at 9 vac suits. So one more vac suit, and we can go to space. So the question here is, how do I want to deal with this? So I could go to the content storage here and take away the restriction on the percentage, so that really, really worn out stuff can get put on here. Horix cultists. Okay, they're going to summon flesh beasts. They have brought 1 long range and everything else is short range weapons. Generally speaking, when the cultists show up, it's mobilize time. There's no wait for them to be ready, like wait to be ready kind of thing. That's a little ambitious on my part. Maybe you go back here. The good news is with all that water, they move across it slowly. So it gives me a chance to do some real work on here. Alright. We don't want to give them cover and we don't get cover, so let's back off. There's a nice big open area right here. Okay, get in on him. They're just gonna take care of those. Okay, meanwhile, if you stand right there when they death refuse, you can finish the job. Okay. So if you just go to sleep, please. No, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. There you go, buddy. Alright. And just like that, all the cultists are dealt with. And we got a couple of bruises and that's it. But the Smurf method of dealing with them amuses me. Wait until they're about to summon, step outside so they target the summoning outside, then step inside and let them deal with their own flesh beasts. Oh. Yeah, I haven't looked at like ways you could cheese it or anything. There's always some options there. But yeah, so summon the flesh beasts and let the flesh beasts take care of themselves. Alright, what are you mad about? Observed corpses? Yep. Everyone's gonna start piling all the corpses and then I'm gonna be upset about it. How are you doing? You ready to go back in there? Not for another 9 days. Okay, so how's this going? 9 vac suits. We need 1 more vac suit. Then, like I said, we went up here to content storage. Well, let's say it's got to be over 30%. So none of that. None of those. None of those. Hey. Hey. You little troll. I thought that was already settled and done. I didn't realize you're waiting to use your resurrection thing till it's long gone. They probably were bleeding out and I missed that they had the death refusal. Alright, so storage. Utility, I honestly don't care about. Whatever you want on there. Armor. Honestly, that's all fine as well. Headgear. That's all fine. Alright, so emergency descent. You're willing to give me a persona core or a bunch of reputation. Honestly, at this stage, or a bunch of advanced components. At this stage, I'll probably take the reputation real fast. The advanced components is probably the correct decision, quote-unquote. But, giving me 48 reputation real fast, that'll save me, after, well, 36 reputation real fast, will save me a bunch of effort. Because honestly, getting the plasteel and the gold is not that hard in Odyssey. We just hop from place to place until we have it. Okay, that's 10 vac suits. So we're gonna do this, and then it's time to go to space. Unless, well, it's 60% that we can harvest. Let's wait for those to be 60%. We're just gonna pull up the cotton. So I can make more black vests. Alright, Garo in a position to deal with this threat. I still have my combat boost for a little bit longer. Probably about to wear off. 6 hours? Probably long enough to do the fight. Okay, so we got an attack coming. They're bringing a lot of heat. I will have these two get up in front. There's not much great cover here. Honestly, I'm probably better off just keeping you all grouped up so you get the bonus. Could you not run directly into them, please? Medical on Luxray. Solid arm hit. Get him. Okay, that's all of them. And that's solid melee combat practice. Nicely done. So shredded them all, got some goodies. You don't have the patience, but it's great to watch. Yeah. I tend to be a lot more on the approach when it comes to any of the cultist stuff. Is just, they showed up, drop what we're doing immediately and go out and, you know, confront them. Yes, this should all be ready to harvest here in a second, at least at the small amounts we can grab. Be a little bit of a problem because I don't actually have much capacity for this. Let's go in here to the manufactured textiles. I'm going to uncheck that, except for cloth, double strand, hyperweave, and synthweave. Everything else can kind of get chucked on the ground. Why are you outside? I've got you right here. Contents. There's no contents there. You'll accept the vac suit. So why are you outside? Do not put that outside. Alright, so major break risk because you've seen a bunch of corpses. Let's go to orders. Harvest. Don't sew anymore. Just trying to grab some cotton. Alright. It'd also be good to get like a dedicated like armory room just to have all the like the vac suits on one side and all that so we could swap them around nice and easy. Paste allow. Okay. So it's just about time for us to get out of here. Let's get about all the food we're gonna get. Paste allow. And link. Alright. We are getting a bunch of bionics here. We'll worry about that later. Okay. So I would say the moment we're rested up and we're waking up in the morning, we go and check out our first satellite for this run, or first asteroid. We're just going to go up here. Now it's supposed to be plasteel. We like plasteel. Plasteel's amazing. We're going to go ahead and grab that. And then keep the bionic stuff coming, and we'll want to start working and getting people bionicked out. Okay, we're getting advanced fabrication. That's good. Getting mind numb. That's fine. Mind numb's actually very useful. You gotta have the supply sitting aside to make it. But it's great for when you have like someone who's got high psychic sensitivity, and then you got like a psychic drone goes off. You're like, mind numb. We're not even dealing with this. We're just gonna mind numb our way to the other side of this thing. Okay. We've honestly not gotten a quest for a unique weapon in a really long time now I think about it. We had 2 of them show up at once in opposite directions, so I had to miss out on one of them. Okay, so everyone's back up and doing their stuff, so we're gonna... Whoa, whoa, 1 second. Alright. Before we go up, schedule assignments. You're going to be Space Melee, and you're going to be Space Farer. And do not drop anything out there. So let's check on the apparel thing. So Spacefarer, armor. Yeah, that should all be fine. So you have the vac suits, including the children's one. Yep. So I'm just waiting for everyone to start trading out their equipment. Because I want everyone to put those on before we go into space. Or the recon suits or whatever. Did you, like, put on your spacesuit, kid? Alright. So everyone is in at least some kind of suit that can handle space. So it is go time. Launch. Begin. I mean, other than Bean. But Bean's a sanguiphase laying on the floor with no legs, so they'll probably be okay. Alright. Are you kidding me? It is slightly out of range on both of them. Like, just barely. Just barely. Well, that's annoying. I guess assign, go back to regular melee, go back to anything, and then we'll just move on to another tile. I think we'll just jump to the right to see if we can't get ahead of it to get over there. But now I need everyone to switch back into their armor. It's just a dress rehearsal. It's fine. Giga? Did someone make off with your clothes? I suddenly have pawns not wearing clothing anymore, which is fairly concerning in all honesty. You just have a marine helmet and then no pants or shirt. I mean, there's pants and shirt laying right there. All someone needs to do is haul that over to a shelf. And there's a bunch all down here. We have the armor. They're just all discarded on the floor. And that should be allowed on those shelves. There you go. I see. Well, they're burning the shirts. Because the shirts are worn out. I could live with that. No, but seriously, put on the pants. Put on the jacket. Put on the pants. And put on the pants. I shouldn't have to go through and manually tell you to put on pants, but you know, here we are. Alright. So all in all, we are missing clothes. And that's why we wanted to pull up the cotton. Because that's what I'm missing to be able to make lots and lots of flak equipment. Okay, is there something we don't want to keep here? Bum, 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 bum. I've got all the cotton there. I wanna make sure we got room for it. Okay, let's look at some of them. So operations add, let's see, bionic arm left. Install aesthetic nose. We'll worry about that later. Surprised the aesthetic nose happened. Okay, got an arm, a leg, and a nose. Okay, so add leg left. I'll leave the nose for once we start getting that or someone gets messed up. Okay, so let's have you deal with this. All right. What are you even doing right now? But you got off, and then you got up, and then you took off your jacket? I'd like you to put your jacket back on. Oh, they got their bionic arm. An assignment clear forced. Okay, and we can do our next surgery here. Just get some bionics put on people while we're waiting real fast to see if we can't get a little bit more black. I'm not gonna wait on. I'm just trying to get this cotton in. What's probably gonna need to happen for this cotton to make any kind of sense is let's unlink this shelf. We're gonna clear all. And it's gonna be just the fabrics. Surgery failed in Jaywalker, so we did lose the bionic leg. That's going to be a thing that's going to happen a bunch. Okay, got all that. I'm trying to see if there's someplace else I can... Incoming mechanoids, and we have 8 days. Right now, put the Luciferum here so it doesn't lay outside. Alright, so we do need to move on to the next spot. I'm just trying desperately to get as much of this stuff done as possible. We're getting her black vests made, so everyone's got the stuff. You never like that it's 100% chance to lose bionics during surgery fails. Yeah, it's always a weird thing with that. Where it's like, you did surgery, you failed, it's gone. You're like, is there not quite that extreme a response we can have? I'm down for it to be lost once in a while when you're doing that. anyone who's not wearing pants that I need to force to wear pants? So you're wearing cloth pants, so wear the armor pants. Oh, I see the issue. The recon armor does cover all that. But you should actually be able to carry recon armor. But why no put recon armor on here? You have contents of nothing, storage, recon armor. Ah, you're still showing. Wait, did I not allow all these? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Please hold that so it doesn't rot. Okay, so everyone's basically set up with the equipment here. We just got a little bit to load up on this shelf, and the reason I want to do that is to just make sure I have the materials to keep flak in stock, so that when I'm not fighting, I always have at least a spare suit of flak armor. Or when I'm not in space, I have at least a spare suit of flak armor. And that's what I did, is I made one of the shelves dedicated just for cotton. Just for purposes of flak. And honestly, for this shelf, let's go to no weapons, with the only exception being the EMP grenades. That way when we get more bionics, they end up on that shelf and not chucked outside in the ground. Okay, so with that said, I think we're about good. Who are you? Oh, you're the Empire. Alright. Let's launch, get out of here. The mechs are showing up anyways. We got what cotton we can and all that. We weren't able to go to the asteroid unless it's moved back in a position that I can reach. It has not. So we're going to go ahead and move over here to try and catch up to it. Sandy Peninsula with nothing on it. Coast thing had nothing on it. We can't do anything interesting there. Cave Pools has nothing interesting on it. There's no locations worth going to that are exciting. So I'm just going to go over here to the tropical rainforest. And we're going to just kind of hang here for a minute. You used to love the autopsy mod to let you salvage prosthetics and bionics for enemy raiders. Now the mod has all sorts of borked when it got updated. Gotcha. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump up here. We're going to go here. We're only going to stay here long enough to get to the asteroid that's kind of above us. I'm not going to commit the time to do like proper farming. I should have still checked for a geothermal nearby. That was a mistake. I'm getting too gun-ho. Minor grav ship crash. Okay, so get you down there, and then you up here. That's fine. Alright, so things we want to check. You did not get damaged. You did get damaged. We're going to tear through that chunk of wall. Alright. We're going to let them work on that as fast as we can. And we will grab the components. For the steel, we're not going to mine any more steel. I'm running into the problem where I keep mining steel at least a little bit on every single tile. It's becoming an issue because then I just have copious amounts of steel. We do have an ancient danger. It's been a long time since we cracked one of those open. It's a long time since we've seen one. Order. So I definitely need to get over here and get that handled relatively soon. Because these will start rotting if we don't. Why would you take that out? That's like the only thing it said you could keep in there. EMP, right there. You're allowed to keep the EMP in there. Don't put those outside. Okay, EMP is allowed. Oh, I see. Okay, so EMP we have under here. With underneath weapons, we don't allow biocoded, we allow everything else. Okay, they brought him back in already. Alright, so let's get that going as fast as we can. I don't plan on doing anything with this, but we'll go ahead and plunk down just rice, nothing else. Because the plan is to stay here just until we can take the ship off again. We probably won't have enough time for rice. So we'll get the geothermal built. We'll pop the Ancient Danger just because. Okay. Don't put that outside. You see that? That should allow it. Content? That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I did. Ah. Okay. Cataphract helmet, marine helmet, all these things. As I've accidentally told them to take all that off. All those can be on here. Cataphract armor, flak armor, all these things. No plate armor. All of those could stay there. Go ahead and let them put the utility junk on there. You can put a formal shirt on there. So why are you not letting me put that on there? So you have flak pants. Right. Oh, they've already taken it back in. Okay, because I just need them to not go and truck random, like, vac suits on the ground and all that. Okay, and you're making the very last vac suit. For now. So realistically, I'm going to need a couple more of these. Go here, go furniture, you, It's not available yet. Okay, wait for them to actually cut some brick. Gotcha, so you got 3 separate unfinished vac suits. And power's online. And now we just need people to have a minute to start repairing all the damage to the ship. Okay. Butcher forever. Alright. You can hunt stuff, you got nothing better to do. Okay, let's have you prioritize repairing that. Then you can build a copy there. Because I just need to make sure that was repaired. And what about you? So you got 4 more days. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, so they should be repairing everything in the morning. I don't think we have any more construction stuff other than the tiles, which I don't have bricks for. I want them to run around and do that. Oh, I see we had a disconnection. All right. Okay, is that Twitch down? What's going on? We have an attempted reconnection 1. Let's see if my internet itself is down. Nope, that's loading fine. Attempted reconnection 2. So get that sorted out. My apologies on the YouTube side. You did just get dropped. We had the stream hicked up, and I didn't catch that the YouTube side didn't come back up when I fixed it. All right, and sorry about the echo. I literally paused it. Stop. Yeah, so it does look like we did get, like, most of the viewers got orphaned and all that. It is an unfortunate thing. That's 2 days in a row after not having problems with that, like, almost ever. Now, granted, today was a little different. I actually saw the disconnection happen. Versus yesterday, it was like, on my end, everything looked fine. And then, you know, stream was just gone. Yeah, no, I apologize about the echo. I was trying to confirm some things were working, and normally I use other means of doing that, but, as I said, OBS didn't reconnect to Twitch, so all of my layout's wrong. And I can't fix it without closing OBS, and that's basically, if I close OBS, the stream's done for the night. So, I don't want to do that. Yeah, because I had like 2.5 hours left to stream. There'd be no chance for it to recover by then. That's dinner all done. Now to be clear, like, okay, so cool. So we got all that sorted. I would like one of you to go out of your way to grab those advanced components. Foam turret is next. I don't care about that. Let's have one of you go over here and grab the Lucy. One of you go over here and grab the psychic pulsar. And then you can go grab the other psychic pulsar. And I'm not too worried. Well, actually, the uranium at this point I should be starting to collect. Okay, we got another bionic eye. So add operations. Install bionic eye left. Okay, and grab our best doctor. Get that bionic eye installed. Stop trying to give me colonists. Cool, bionic eye is installed. Alright, and I didn't think through the fact that you're going to be down. You should only be down for a little while. And now it should be solidly in range to hit one of these asteroids. Okay. Alright, so we're doing this nonsense again, where we're going to go to assignments. We're going to go to Spacefarer Melee and Spacefarer. So I would start swapping out all their flak armor for their vac suits. Please don't leave that outside. I will stab you in the face. Okay, so we're putting them back up here. Do you have a new weapon? Let's see. Yes, you have a Zeus hammer. I picked it up from a trade caravan. Why? Okay. So copy, link, paste, and allow. Alright. So it looks like we're good to go here. Everyone's in their spacesuits and all that. So launch. Get out of here. And let's get on our first asteroid. Because we're going up, we're going for Vaxstone. So we got plasteel or steel, obviously plasteel. Alright, ensure you have airtight walls and doors. We should. Ensure your rooms are heated and fully roofed. They are. Construct oxygen pump. Yes. And we should have everything we need. One thing I need to do is, before I forget, we need to turn off a lot of our workstations when we get up to space. That is one thing I forgot. We do have a lot of internal power. I do not have enough internal power to power everything. Honestly, you know what? That's fine. Yeah, that's the reason Mary Meyer said it's a bad time to find out you missed something. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I personally really wish in the game that they actually did, you know... So turn this off, turn that off, turn the smelter off. Turn this off right now, because half the people it doesn't do anything for. There's no food up here, so turn those off. So deconstruct that thing. Pack plasteel. There's no food in space? Nope. So grid access is not enough. You're 350 watts. Toggle that off. Toggle this off. Toggle you off. Okay. Power stable. Okay, orders. Okay, everything seems to be good there. Temperature's a little cool off on the edges, but always good. Alright. Twitch had a hiccup earlier. At least this time it didn't fully drop stream, but it's kind of messed up my OBS, so I'm kind of working with a somewhat scuffed situation and just trying to make the most of it. Let's see. Okay, we do allow vac-stone blocks there. No pump shotgun. Alright, so that looks like that. So let's go over here. Gonna go to orders. So basically what I'm doing is while I'm here for the vac-stone, we're stuck here for a couple of days, and there is plasteel, and we want plasteel as well. So I'm basically just telling them, hey, did that? Do those mining charges help? You can explode them and they'll knock a bunch of blocks out. There's a certain amount of danger. I'd rather keep them there, and then if, you know, something hostile shows up and you can bait them across the mining charge, and use them for that. But honestly, I'm not really fussed about the mining speed. Alright, so we're cutting backstone. We just want to store what we can of that. We're going to grab the plasteel we can. Yeah, the mining charges blow up an area around there. They only get about 1 block deep, though. They're really not that amazing. Versus if we let our people mine, they'll just blast through and I don't have to draft them and all that. We're not planning on staying up here too long. We're basically just up here as long as it takes to get some vaxstone and all that. We will ultimately get, you know, as however many gravelite panels we can. Right now I can only use about 70 or so. Yeah, 72 is how many gravelite panels I can use before I gotta get my next grav core. And then the hope here, how do you use vaxstone? So you cut vaxstone into vac bricks, and there's certain things that require vaxstone as a material. So if I want to make the bigger engines, they require 50 vaxstone. And then there's some other stuff like the signal jam. Oh no, you don't. The signal jammer doesn't require it. But like, there's a couple of things on here that does require the vaxstone as a material. It's mostly the bigger engines. Yeah, so just letting people go out. They'll keep mining the raw stone. That'll get processed. We got a couple of gravelite panels from that. That's fine. Yeah, the vaxstone's the primary thing we're here for. So you get that just by mining. So pretty much we go until like a threat shows up that we gotta leave, our food gets low, I fill up that shelf with backstone, anything like that. Because we can use the backstone also to make more of the gravelite panels. That's what things we have over here is the gravelite panels, vaxstone, and plasteel. You love when your cat tries to do an impossible leap from somewhere to one side of you to someplace on the other, and inevitably tries to stop herself from hitting the floor via your legs and her claws. The cat appreciates your support, willing or otherwise. Okay. Yeah, so at least we know our ship is completely stable. This room's temperature is actually okay. It's not good, it's okay. So we could probably use one more heater in here. As far as the air goes, the air is just great. The air's in good shape. So it probably is a situation where I do really kind of need one more heater, probably up here, and that'll keep us covered. Hypothermia on you. Please get inside. She's your sweet baby, and that's what it's upset about. I'll allow that. Hey. This person is definitely not ready yet. Get in here. Get warmed up. Like a cold in space? Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I always find weird. So, like, in video games, they all kind of universally get around the idea that space is obnoxiously cold. But that's not really true. Space is an absence of a lot of things, and that's just it. When you start to get warm, like you in space in your spacesuit, I mean, maybe on the asteroid you might start cooling off, probably not. But if you're just floating out there, you don't have anything to really get your heat off of your body at any really, really fast rate. So you're not really going to freeze to death in space. You need a medium in which for that heat to leave you or some way of radiating it. And so the reality is, in space, most of the time, you're trying to cool off, not heat up. Oh, just a bunch of penny-oxylin. It's about 4,000 to 5,000 C, you'd think. The particles are very hot. It's just very few. Exactly. Being in direct sunlight in space can actually be dangerously hot. That's why heat sinks don't actually work in space. There's nothing for heat to radiate from. Right. The closest you do to that is it really is that's kind of cool stuff they do with heat sinks in space, where it's not that they use the heat sink itself to work like on Earth, where, you know, the heat sink heats up and then you cool off your system by having the heat sink carry the heat away, you know, into the air or water or whatever. Instead, you get the heat sink really hot, and then you just eject the heat sink. And with the heatsink just gone, all that heat is in your heatsink going away. But the heatsink's gone then. There is ways they can use heat radiation kind of stuff to get rid of heat. It's not super efficient, but it's what you got. There's not really a better choice because, you know, there's not much medium in which to move heat from in a vacuum. You know how they all run over to take the pen? Not one bother to haul it back into the rest until you make it a command? Yeah, that's the reason I grabbed that little bit and had him bring it back. Alright, so we're doing good. We've already got 400 backstone. And we still have another day and a half till the thing cools off and we can leave. So that's good news. Alright, so Ben is ready for another round in the machine. Alright, Ben. Just give me robust, okay? If you give me robust, I'll leave you alone. Your torture can stop. I will no longer personally be actively torturing you. Also, how do you take medicine while out in space? Oh, do they just open the helmet? Well, they just put it in their mouth. Assume you can't return to asteroids? No, so when you leave an asteroid, it disappears. You can go out of your way to try and keep a colonist on an asteroid to do an asteroid base, but if you ever run into the situation where everyone at the asteroid dies or leaves, it will despawn your asteroid and basically everything on it. Okay, I don't love that. A bunch of the power just flicked off for a moment. So could you not do that? Some of the lights are kind of popping on and off. Toggle the power station on the comms panel. Give us ourselves a little extra power. Yeah, come on, Mr. Bean. We're waiting on them jeans. Can you squeeze a battery to cover fluctuations? I could, but considering all my power sources on here are something that just keeps like the power and all that steady, you know, if it's fluctuating at all, we just need to turn something off. If you remember correctly, once you reach heliopause, where the particles pile up, you can actually get measurable heat from the particles in space. They are still incredibly sparse compared to the atmosphere, but also still hot. But don't rely on this. You plan on going out there, please. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It is everything in space is like stupid hot. That generally speaking, while yes, if you're trying to measure the temperature of space, you measure next to nothing, because all heat is a measurement of heat radiation kind of thing. The absence of it means you don't measure any heat. And since there's nothing in space to hold heat, it does not have heat in open space. But it also doesn't intrinsically have cold. There's not a such thing as cold. But the point is more, without having something for, you know, a space vessel of your body to lose its heat to, you won't generally lose much heat. So in this case, on our ship, the only heat transfer really happening would be this little area here that we're touching the asteroid. There'd be some level of heat transfer between me and the asteroid. The ship being steel would most likely actually move heat relatively efficiently in a bad way. But at the same time, the stone, on the other hand, would not. Get that out of there. So it'd be very unlikely. Hypothermia. But video game logic, we're absolutely dying of hypothermia. Pollution problem. So you can actually accept the pollution, but you will get the space people get pissed off. What are you doing right now? We are collecting vac stone so we can make gravlite panels and make our bigger engines. We're also looking to see if we can't find any plasteel. We did find one tiny spot over there. It's really not worth going to these asteroids to look for plasteel and all that. This whole asteroid, I'll probably have like 2 or 3 tiles there, a couple tiles here, and maybe a couple tiles there. For all the work of mining it all. It's usually easier just to get stuff to trade and trade it. Can you still get raided? Yes. You will get mech raids and all that up here still. It's one of the negatives about living up here, is there's only like 3 or 4 different events you get in space. So you just keep getting the same events again and again. You get meteor strike, meteor shower, you get like your regular old raid, mech raid. You know, and you're in a couple different varieties of mech raids. Alright, growth moment on Annabelle. I'm glad he didn't become an adult, because I've had that where someone almost died where they became an adult in space. Out of all those, Trigger Happy's the one and only one that's good, so we'll take that. We'll give you shooting. You're going to be our artist, because we do actually need an artist. I will give you mining and construction as a backup. Okay, so with that, Annabelle is our artist, because we've had need of one for a long time to get these rooms to be impressive. So once they get a place for it, we're going to want to make an art bench, so Annabelle can use the art bench. And you're still finding places to put the stuff here. You can still carry some more. Until we start seeing Vaxstone brick go down here, or this go away, we're just going to keep pulling this up. Because it's a little inconvenient to go to these asteroids, so let's kind of grab a bunch of Vaxstone while we're here. Put it to use. And then we can go back down to the surface and start turning all our systems back on. And then with that, we can get ourselves a bunch of really big engines, which will massively increase our jump range. And then it'll be time to start getting ready, start pushing ourselves to the next target, because both of our other targets are in space like this one, so we've been waiting on our vac suits. Have you ever done a self-sustained asteroid base? I've spent a decent amount of time on an asteroid location. As I said, the big problem is, unlike the planet where you've got like weather and blight and all these different events that can happen, in space it's a very, very short list. So you just keep getting the same things again and again and again, that it actually gets pretty dull pretty fast. It's one of the things I would say is actually a pretty big shortcoming of this particular DLC is that while you can do the stuff in space, actually staying in space is not that exciting. And then the other thing is they don't have the concept of like this location staying forever. If at any point your people all get downed here and your, grav ship someplace else, it deletes the asteroid because it's considered a temporary location. I would want it where if you put a grav anchor here, it would make it stay. Can you get gravlite stuff here? Well, that's what you use the Vaxstone. Vaxstone plus plasteel makes gravlite panels. Grav cores you can only get through quests. That's actually not true. I think you can get really lucky and pull them out of a box, but generally you get your grav cores through quests. Alright, so I see that's getting dropped there. So let's go here. And stop carrying the sniper rifles up there. Clear that inventory. And also stop carrying the nerf spiker up here. Meanwhile, let's go to all of these that are linked together. Storage, weapons, any unique weapons allowed to be on there. Melee weapon, Zeus hammers may be on there. What level research do you need to craft panels? For the panels, you need advanced grav tech. So you can see it's like way up here. So it's multi-analyzer. That's very, very late game. To be fair, generally speaking, the grav panels aren't your big bottleneck. It's the grav cores. The only reason why grav panels are my bottleneck is because I did lose a ship and I had to kind of go back and slowly work my way back up. Alright, so we've almost got our... Because I've got this set to take 1,000 Vaxstone, and 1,000 Vaxstone should be pretty good. We definitely don't want to try and, like, load up everything we possibly can. But yeah, so you can see, for as much as we're polishing through this, where it says this is a plasteel thing, it hasn't been your bottleneck pretty much since the beginning, and you haven't lost a... Gotcha. Yeah, no, if it happens, you can continue to do the quests. I really wish people with hypothermia go back way earlier than they normally do. Alright, so once they cut that brick... Alright, so I need to find one more spot on here. Not the chain shotgun. Don't carry herbal medicine anymore. On that shelf, we've got a dedicated shelf for medicine. Alright, that'll do. The Vaxstone's on board, all that's on board, let's get out of here. Got our 1,000 Vaxstone. Nothing else I care about on this asteroid. Yeah, the only traders that have them is if you do the spaceship stuff. That's in pollution. If you do the spaceship stuff, you'll get traders that will be the bulk trade good ones that'll have them. Alright, so let's drop down here. Okay. So let's find a geothermal. There we go. Honestly, not a bad spot for one. And a plunker ship over here. Because this is going to be primarily about shoving engines on the back to increase our jump range. Because our grav core is going to limit us on how many tiles we can put down. Grab nausea. Have a good time. Alright, so zones, dumping stockpile, low, allow all, no rotten, no human-like corpses. And then we can go to schedule, or work, assignments, melee, anything, so that they take off all their spacesuits, because the penalties on the spacesuits are pretty severe. And we're going to be focused on the ship, but I will go ahead and plant everything, because you never know when something's going to come up and kind of keep you grounded. So it's good to just be in the practice of, like, always going, okay, here's what we need. Go ahead and do this. And wildlife, do we have hermit crabs? No. Where's the warg? Warg's off on the edge. And of course, despite having places to put them, they're chucking them on the ground out here. Please haul those back inside. Please haul that back inside. Please haul that back inside. Do not put vac suits out here. Please haul that back inside. Please haul that back inside. You guys realize you've been watching at 480p for days? Yep. Please haul that back inside. Okay. Meanwhile, while they work on that, let's check. So there's components over here. Leave that steel alone for right now. Components here. Got multiple places of steel if I need it. Got tons of steel if I need it over here. Alright, so let's go ore. And plasteel. Okay. And gold. Alright. Usually it's... You'll have it set to auto, and if you start having connection issues, then it will... Why is there one there? If you start having connection issues, then they will drop your bitrate until it stabilizes. And that's not like Twitch trying to save itself bandwidth, it's you're having performance issues. So we'll go ahead and toggle our power. Is it because peak our internet on the weekend? Yeah, that happens. Well, that's usually what happens is, like, you'll have people who won't realize that, you know, they're using, you know, especially cable. For those who don't know, when you're dealing with cable, you are usually splitting your internet on people on your loop. Hey, Marguerite and Moriarty, or Marguerite wooed Moriarty by describing her as a heavenly spring. And they responded well. You know what? That's hardly the worst hookup I've heard of on the Rim. So you're 24 and 20. That's a reasonable. A 20-year-old and a 24-year-old is a reasonable age range. Not like the other colony where we had someone who was like 50-something and they hooked up with a 17-year-old and got like married, or it's... Yeah, no, they didn't become lovers at 17. It was something like that they became like whatever to 18. It was like, oh, that's not okay, man. It may be legal, but it ain't okay, man. You You are in very different phases of your life. Let's see. You don't have performance issues on Gigalink. Well, the connection doesn't necessarily need to be on your end, Inglorious. A lot of times when you're having connectivity issues with Twitch, it's neither you or Twitch. It's somewhere in between. There's some trunk that has an issue. I used to do, like, when I was a network administrator, it used to be a thing when people come in and they'd whine about, like, Facebook loading slowly or whatever. I'd pull up the, you know, internet health report, and, like, one of the main trunks that leads to where we're at in Florida is Atlanta, Georgia. And it was almost like every other time that the internet was being really awful, you'd pull up the main, you know, the main connection points in Atlanta, Georgia that we bounce through and relay through. And be like, yeah, they're having, like, AT&T in Atlanta, Georgia's having a real bad time, and we go through that trunk. So, you know, nothing I could do on my end. Like, you know, if the internet's being crappy, the internet's being crappy. Alright, so we want them to get the Gravlite panels going. So for Gravlite panels, it's Plasteel and Vaxstone. We have both of those. Georgia, Eastern Tennessee seem to have problems lately. Georgia has always had problems. Like, I was a network administrator back in, like, 2004 or something like that. And they were constantly having issues. And like I said, it's kind of the main trunk, going from, like, our connection over to Europe if you're in the southeastern US. That's the main trunk that goes across from here, and then you have another main trunk up by New York City. I don't know, there's a bunch more cables nowadays, but that's kind of what it was at that time. And then so for all the connections from, like, Louisiana and Florida and all that would go to Atlanta, Georgia, and then they'd either go to, like, towards New York, or they'd go over towards Europe, or they go over towards California. And yeah, it's just one of those things. So other than or some line gets cut in the ocean, those are fun times. Yeah. Well, at this point, there's so many redundancies in, like, the Atlantic Ocean cables. You know, there's the whole thing is like, oh no, they could cut all the cables in the Atlantic Ocean. It's like, nah, man, no, they can't. Like, they could certainly do a number and make it a headache, but, like, there are thousands of cables going across the ocean now. It has a large IXP. Yeah, I was trying to remember. I know they have, like, one of the main trunks that, like, AT&T has a main trunk there, and a couple of the other big players all have, like, main trunks there that, you know, it's basically where you'll connect to there, and then they go from that location over to, like, another main trunk in another location. Because when you look at the internet, it's what's known as an extended star topography. And so what that works like, if you want me to try and draw that out. So you'll have, like, here will be, you know, California, here's, like, Atlanta, here's New York City, here's Washington State. And you'll have, like, your main connection points that just go from here to here. And that they connect these points up. And then from here, you'd branch out to, like, this would go down to, say, you know, a smaller location in, say, like, Orlando, Florida. And then from the Orlando, Florida one, it would branch out to a bunch of different locations. That, like, then you might have over here, like, Titusville on the coast, and you might have up here Daytona, that might be, like, Maitland, that might be, like, Tampa, and you get the idea. And then, like, you know, then you'd get to say, like, here's Titusville, and then from Titusville you'd have the next branch out that'd be like, okay, you know, in Titusville you'd have, like, this is North Titusville, Central Titusville, South Titusville, and then from there you go, okay, here's, you know, individual neighborhoods. You know, an individual neighborhood would be here, and then you go from that, and in your neighborhood. Now, the thing with the neighborhood is if you're on DSL, it would branch out the same way. If you're on cable, it's a little different. if you're on coax cable, like Time Warner, Bright House, whatever, Spectrum, you'll notice instead of this being like where it branches out into star, it makes a loop. And so you'd have your different houses along on the loop. And this is where you get kind of screwed. Because what happens is, all of you are on the same loop. So if there's a lot of congestion here, this is one pipe that you all share that you can choke that up really easily. Versus with the star topography, there is redundancies in here, where you'll have more things connecting. You'll have like a connection that goes from here to there as well, and that gives alternate routes. All of them can be overloaded, but the trunk is usually like a smaller cable on your end loop because they expect only a couple houses on it, and you can choke that thing up really fast. Oh, it's just the one. Okay. We can go here. And no animal. But you've been told your friend T-Mobile is not good at Atlanta? Yeah, that's usually like cellular. That's a different thing. You know, Lisbon has end cables from the Atlantic, but you don't know exactly where from. Let's see. Oh yeah, you had a sysadmin job on Uni Dorm Network in 2005. Yeah, I was working at a Is that called Star to Poker? I haven't heard Star to Poker. You've got Star, Extended Star, Loop, and then you've got Hybrid. And so technically the internet would be hybrid, because when you get down to that last one, that's when you go to being a loop topography, but the loop is connected to an extended star. Was it topography? Am I using the word wrong? For like your different types of internet grids? Because I haven't been in network administration since like 2005, 2008. So we got our recurbo. Yeah, network topography, yes. You're struggling to understand the term, that's all. I was just guessing what you said. Yeah, so topography is what we refer to as like the layout, the map, the grid. That's just like the logic. That's like saying like geography referring to like on the planet. They're using it right. It's a layout of something from location to location. Yeah. And that's the complication. Like, so like on your local network, most likely you're just what's referred to as a star, which is you have your switch, and then you have all your devices coming off of your switch. And then you have the one connection that goes out to the internet, probably through a modem or a router or whatever. And then you kind of go out the next stage, and then it would have its branch off, or a loop, depending on, again, if you're on cable or DSL or fiber or whatever. It'll either be, again, star from there where you have one point to you, or there's a loop that you're on. And it's coax cable. That's the one you gotta watch for, where you're on a loop, and it'll usually be like your whole street, maybe streets like one or two is usually what a loop is. Unless it's a particularly like long or big street, then it might be a couple of loops. Which is like topography, but specifically for graphs like networks. Yeah. Like, and I remember having to do like the whole chart of like, here's a switch, here's a router, you go over here, here's a wireless access point, which people will argue what type of topography a wireless access point is. Like, it's a star. It's like, is it though? It's kind of just there and everyone connects to it, and there's not really a cable or anything, so it's just kind of present. There's not really a physical equivalent to consider with it. Yeah, so most of the time when you have like major network problems, if it's not like your home router is jacked up, or someone took a weed whacker to your cable line on accident or something quite like that, a lot of the time it actually is either one, you're on a loop and the loop's choked up, or two, some major data point is breaking. You miss Bright House Networks internet? When Spectrum took over, things here in Florida got pricey for the internet. I had it as Bright House and Spectrum and Roadrunner, and what was the other name they had? Time Warner. And it was some of the worst internet I've ever had. But when you're in a place like, what's your internet options? Oh, you have Time Warner Cable. What's your other one? You have Time Warner Cable. I see. Is there anyone else who can come? Oh, you can get dial-up. Okay, I understand. Yeah, surprising high number of apartment buildings here have internet over coax. It's crazy spiky during rush hour. Yep. Yeah, and it's one of those things. Historically, Time Warner Cable / Roadrunner / Bright House / Spectrum, who are all the same company over its history, regularly makes the top 10 worst for customer service companies in the US consistently. And there was just a time where they were just kind of doing mergers and that to change their name to try and get away from their bad reputation. And they're just kind of like, you know what? This bad reputation doesn't actually seem to be hurting us as a business. We're not going to go through this headache anymore. You're kind of all attached to the same medium broadcast frequency. That leads into an access point, so is it like a single line, like IPX going into a hub? I don't know off the top of my head. You ever had Cablevision? No. As the crew install fiber on your street, and they're taking so long, you want it? Yeah, no, that was one of the things that, for a while, the area I was in was becoming a really big tech hub. Like, lots and lots of tech startups were showing up here. And so while I'm not, like, in the city or whatever, the city itself was getting fiber optics run everywhere. There was, like, a good 5 or 6 ISPs all fighting over the business there, because, you know, that's money right there. You get some, like, big company like Google or whatever rolling in, and you could just make a bunch of money by running the internet for their data centers and whatever. Which it wasn't data centers, it was more like internet startups, whatever. And so they were all competing there, and I'm not in it, but I'm close enough that since they've already run all that infrastructure right there in the city, like going out, you know, to the burbs and a little bit out farther isn't that big a deal. It's kind of like what happened over Silicon Valley, California, as they started getting fiber optics all over there because of all the tech startups and everything, and like the big tech companies. But then, you know, the people in the suburbs of those areas, they got fiber out there fairly quickly because, again, they had all that infrastructure, and that's just taking it one little bit farther. And then when you started to get a little bit in the more rural, like the first areas of that little bit more rural generally were able to get fiber as well. Once you start getting out in the sticks, though, that is unfortunately most of the time one of the pros and cons about living a more rural situation versus a more city situation is usually your internet offerings, once you start getting farther out, get to be a lot sketchier. You live like 1 mile from a major fiber trunk. It took like 2 years to get fiber house. Yeah. So it was still a while for us. I have like a major trunk from like the power company, like the main power plant that runs one of the major city areas, and has like 2 or 3 hospitals on it. One of the main trunks that goes between me and the hospital, from the power plant to the hospital, it goes right through the middle of my neighborhood. So it is a nice thing because when there's a power outage from the hurricanes, usually I'm one of the first people who gets their power back because they want to bring the hospital back online as fast as possible, understandably. And I just get to benefit from it because of, you know, location. But the internet, because I got this giant easement for all this power stuff, the internet goes through that area too. Because if you got this giant area that's already managed by utility, it's not hard to get the power company to agree to let you run a bunch of lines underground. As the AT&T said they need a certain number of houses to sign up to run fiber to your street. Yeah, there's always that chicken and egg where they need to demonstrate interest, but they can't demonstrate interest unless they're available thing. Yeah, when you were in college, we were kind of in the middle of nowhere, and you lived off campus, the internet was awful, especially after 10 p.m. Oh yeah, no, that was, not so much at the place I was staying, but I used to have a buddy I'd go over there all the time, and he was kind of out in the sticks, like, really, really far north in the Space Coast. So, like, when you're looking at the Space Coast, you have, like, Daytona's kind of, like, the big city up there. You've got Titusville, which is, like, right there at the Space Coast, like, right there. And then you go, like, way to the bottom, and it's, like, Melbourne is the big city down there. But there's these 2 cities called Mims, which is fairly rural, and then you've got Scotsmore. And then Scotsmore, it's literally a joke of the thriving metropolis of Scotsmore. they've had a gas station at different points in their life. It has closed sometimes because of not enough business. That is the entire business infrastructure of the city of Scottsmore, is the gas station that has been struggling to stay in business. So we're talking you're way out in the sticks. And yeah, the internet offerings out there have been utterly appalling always. You'd get out there and, you know, it's quoted at 10 megabit per second, and sometimes it'd be at like 1.25, and it would go down for several hours in the evening because like it got inundated and the thing went down. It's better nowadays. There's been a bunch of like not only laws and regulation around internet providing and actually providing the services offered. Like we got laws here in Florida where if I sign up for like internet provided service, it's not that they have to hit whatever they quote me, that they don't have to do, but like there's a certain amount of that amount they have to hit for a certain percentage of the time, or it's seen as not delivering service, at which point it can be prorated. It's a whole big complicated mess. But you can basically be like, hey, you didn't actually give me what I'm paying for, and they can have an obligation to, they don't refund you, they give you a prorated amount. So what that would mean is, say I was paying $60 for my internet and it was like down like half the time, they might only have to like refund me $30 or whatever. I don't know the math behind it, because that's the one I went after the ISP. Before the one I have now, it was Spectrum, and ultimately it kept going down like all the time, and I started ping graphing it when I just, because they just kept sending a person out to like replace the modem, rerun the cable, replace the modem, rerun the cable, replace the modem. It's like, dude, you've done this like 8 times. It's not solving the problem. And I wasn't getting anywhere, and so I finally ping graphed it as saying, hey, based on this Florida law here, you have been not providing, like, the amount of service you're providing, you are obligated to refund me. And I can't remember, I did the math. This is like going back probably 10 years now. And I'm like, and I can actually go, because I did all these ping graphs between like me to my router, me out to the first trunk, me out to the second trunk, me out to like Google or whatever. It's like, and I can show you it's the trunk that goes into my neighborhood. This is where the failure is. And that means my entire neighborhood, you potentially would have an obligation to refund them this percentage amount. I just want this fixed. I don't want to go to a courtroom and do a bunch of lawyer stuff and all that to try and, you know, get back $100, $200. I just want my internet to work. And I sent them that, and within like 2 days, they sent like an actual engineer who came out and took like 5 minutes to replace the circuit board, and everything was good. Like, Jenny was like, oh yeah, these break all the time. And you're like, if they break all the time, why would they not just send someone out here to deal with it? If this is like a known and common issue, and it's not even expensive, you literally just have it sitting in your truck. Why is this a whole ordeal just to get you out here to deal with this? Oh, actually, in this case, I mean, it's fine, get it out of here. Okay, so we did get a bionic leg. We got a poor quality chain shotgun. But yeah, that was a whole thing. Also, why does it break? Well, it breaks all the time because the thing has to be outside, like, it's not in your home, it's out, and just, they can't, like, build some big, like, building to contain it. So they've got these containers that are just kind of out there that have, like, a bunch of the connections going in. Like, you've probably seen, like, the electrical boxes they open. It's like that. It's a circuit board in that. And so it is one of those things that, of the parts that are exposed, that's one of them. So if something's going to go wrong in that kind of wiring cabinet, it's that versus, you know, a piece of copper. But it is that circuit board that, like, everything kind of comes back to that place to where you've got all your punch boards and all that. And it's just something to manage. I actually don't know what the board was. I didn't ask. I probably should have. Why work for your money when people are going to pay us? Well, that's the thing. You're causing an outage that you can be obligated to refund. You're paying people to, like, go out there. You design PCBs. You declare a skill issue. Well, I mean, the problem is it's Florida and the humidity's like 80% at all times. And it just goes, circuitry. you know, they could put in like a little container thing to do it better, but that starts to actually cost them money. If I've learned anything, that's what you learned about Spectrum, even Comcast and all those. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. I don't have anything positive to say about Comcast, Spectrum, and the like. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Rare catch. Cool, I'll take a rare catch of a handful of Gravelite panels. But it's one of those things, like, they're paying technicians to come out constantly, and it's one of those things like, okay, the circuit board's not expensive. Like, it's not like an expensive piece of hardware. It's not like someone putting a graphics card or something in it. Alright, so you're up to... So I still have some more spots left. Harvested tree sprout, that's fine. You're basically stuck with Spectrum? Well, yeah, and that's kind of the way they get away with being the way they are. Is because it's not a monopoly, but it's kind of like a bunch of them are competing, but not really. And so, you know, in some places it'll be like a duopoly where both of them are like, they don't explicitly go to each other and be like, hey man, don't rock the boat. They don't do anything like that. That would break anti-compete laws and all that kind of stuff. But they get pretty close. It's kind of the we didn't explicitly agree to work together, but also we're definitely not going to actually compete with each other. Reminds me of the late 90s, back in the Motherland, where ISP were running Ethernet cables between apartment building roof to roof. Unsurprisingly, lightning storms cause issues. Yeah, that was, for the longest time in Florida, most of our power lines were run on power poles. Like, even in the way up in the neighborhood, you had these giant power poles. And then hurricanes would come through and knock half of them over and all that stuff. Interestingly, in your area, Spectrum is the better choice. They have the only one that does next day service with text. You're lucky in the area. Yeah, no, it can vary place to place. Generally, if you're in an area that has a relatively competitive market for the ISPs, your service will be substantially better than if you've only got one or two choices. Tantrum, you're going to bang stuff in your room, and by that, apparently, you're going to walk outside and do that. Yeah, you show that wood. I was not expecting... Hey. Those thrusters are expensive. Yeah, you can bang on the walls all you want. No, leave the hospital beds alone. Okay, that's fine. Alright. So, surprisingly, we actually got all of those built without a problem. We got much goer now. Oh, that's what I was hoping to see. And I'll put a steel door here. A steel door there. And I'll end up tearing that door down. I've got 5 tiles to spare. Oh, I'm actually out of steel? Okay, I mean... Sure, I guess. Go get yourself some steel, man. Let's see. AT&T is the fastest. When we had it, you averaged 880 megabytes. Spectrum ran around 740. But it go down for like literally a week at a time because they simply didn't show up to schedule tasks. Yeah. So AT&T has been pretty good here. Spectrum has been pretty appalling. But it's the same kind of thing. Like you'd have regular outages, and they'd be like, okay, in 3 days we can get a technician out to help you, and the technician would go out and run a new cable. And I'm like, dude, it's not the cable. It's not the cable. I can pull up my ping graph and I can watch it drop like two, three components up, whatever. Like, I don't know where your wiring closet, your routers or whatever, but I can see, 2 to 3 hops up as it's dropping. So it's at like whatever your main connection center, whatever. So like, you being here messing with this, it ain't doing anything for anybody. Oh, also, I need you to remove the roof. Do not build a roof here. Alright, so ship got big uppies now. We gave her ship really big uppies. And then from here, I need another grav core before I can do anything, because I got 5 panels to spare. I could... Oh, I can't go up there, never mind. I was like, I could put this up here just to have this available for when I go to expand that. Alright. Now, I could put the nice diagonals here, but unless I put it elsewhere. So what that's done is that's giving me a way bigger distance we can jump. Now one problem is we are going to end up needing that. If only you could keep the geothermal plant with you and snap the whole ship onto vents. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you won't find a vent that's workable. I'm not too fussed about that. We can go for the grav cores and we can get extra. The power grav core thing, that thing, it's 1200 watts, which is really good. Oh, and we're getting the last of our floors done up, which is good. Yes, they're all decent. Bulk Trade's good ship has gone by. Sure, let's hop on the comms panel, which I'm suddenly forgetting where it is. Oh, hey, turn that back on. Oh, comms panel's out there. Okay. Give me all your Nutrimine, every last bit of it. Give me your advanced component. Give me your cloth. You can have my jade. Okay. We're now at the point of getting advanced components. Let's not go too much there. It is funny that it's the exact opposite. Spectrum will actually check all that while AT&T will just change your modem. Often realize you forget to bring something on their truck, waiting a week to show up, and then 3 days to actually get the modem. Yeah, and that's probably just going with like where their strongholds are. Alright, growth moment on Tech Crash. They were 1 level... Well, actually, no. If it's 3, they were maxed out. Okay, out of this one, we're going to take Hard Worker. So, Jogger, Hard Worker. We will grab the Social, Medical, Shooting, and that'll be you. We'd never fix the issue anyways. Yeah, like I said, it ended up being a thing for me personally that, with Time Warner Bright House, or Spectrum, whatever the hell their name was at the time, they didn't fix my issue until that. To be fair, I don't have a lot of great things to say about AT&T. While they're providing me good home service, I used to work local government, and they were one of the 2 vendors responsible for dealing with the fire department's phone lines. And it wasn't until the city attorney threatened to hold them criminally negligent, because literally we weren't getting the calls of the fire department. Eventually somebody died, because anytime it rained, the signal would go down, and they would blame the other vendor, who would blame them back. And it was finally like, okay, well... And to be fair, the reality is, very likely the phone call wouldn't have made any difference. Like, to be genuine... More than likely, by the time someone went to put in the call, it was already probably too late. But we will never know. But it was one of those things that when that happened, the city attorney was like, you will be here on this day, and they will be there on this day. If either of you don't show up, like, we will be pressing charges. Like, we'll be pursuing this. And they both showed up, and it was AT&T's fault. They basically, AT&T came to the building, and then once you got in the building, the other vendor came up, and it's what's called the D mark, which is basically the exchange point from one to the other, which belongs to the outside of the building, therefore AT&T. And that was the problem, is that it had issues, and every time it got too humid, it would start to short out and all that. But we had them both out so many times, and each one would be like, oh, it's them. It's the other one. It's not us. You need to call them out here. Alright, install bionic leg left. You did some work for sensors that got thrown into the ocean. That's some serious humidity problem. If you open an enclosure in Florida humidity, sealed it back up, and put in the water, all that humidity condenses inside a pressure vessel. Oops, it's full of water. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just the things, like, with the humidity, when you're out there, it'll start to eventually corrode things and all that. So you just gotta keep up with it. And you don't even necessarily need to replace it, you just gotta clean it up. A little unrelated, but in boot camp you became mildly scared of AT&T because the DIs utilized reach out and touch someone to harass us during hikes. Surgery failed on install bionic leg. Again. I probably shouldn't have them doing that. I didn't actually see who did it. I wasn't even paying attention to that. And I do know that out of all the people capable of doctoring, no one's actually finishing it. So log. Let's see. Social. So Marguerite went for it. I mean, they're not the worst doctor we have. They're right up there with... Like, the only one higher is Will. We need to keep Will on the surgeries. That's always kind of one of the things, and I know there's mods for it, to be like, hey, you're doing surgery, make sure the good doctor does it. You saw a poll that has Comcast going down in 2026 by 32%. AT&T is gone, but close to 50% in Comcast spots. You mean gone up? It wouldn't surprise me. AT&T's been pushing fiber really hard. Alright. So, it looks like we got dropped again. We should be back. We're gonna see if we should be back. We're gonna see if that drops everyone. If it does drop everyone, that'll probably be it for tonight. Because it is one of those things that every time you have those disconnections, it'll drop somewhere in between of a third to half of your viewership from all the people lurking. Oh, it was a full drop of stream? Like a full-on drop? Okay. Yeah, so that might end up being it for stream tonight. It is just unfortunately reality that when you get those disconnections, it absolutely kills your metrics. To give you an idea, your primary thing that you worry about as a content creator is what's known as your CCV, your concurrent average viewership. That when it comes to like sponsorships, whether you get game keys, what opportunities you're afforded, yada yada, all of those things are all based on your CCV. And when you get disconnected, your viewership drops by like half to a third, and it can start building up, and it can sometimes recover, but it takes an hour or two. And so it is there. Let's give it a minute. We'll give it a minute. If it looks like we're going to mostly have a decent number of people, even if it's not like the average I normally maintain, we'll keep going. If it looks like we're gonna be dropping down to like 100 viewers, it is just the unfortunate reality that kind of forces my hand. Otherwise, like a lot of the opportunities we go, yeah, because sometimes it'll lie about the numbers because it can't. Yeah, no, I was gonna say is it should drop down to like 120, and then it would be over like the next hour and a half. It would build back up to wherever it ends up for the tonight. I expect it to be below the average at that point. I also need to fix. I'm losing one window after the other over here on OBS. It's very clearly that something's going wrong on Twitch's side, because the rest of all my internet's working great. But that's the second time I've gotten kicked tonight, and I got kicked yesterday. And it's not even disconnecting me properly in OBS, where it's like, oh, you've lost connection. Like, OBS thinks it's still connected, yet it'll be like, your current connection speed to the stream is 0, or, you know, might as well be 0. Yeah. So I think we're going to end up wrapping up for the night. I do apologize about that. It isn't... Yeah, other streams you watch have had a similar experience. Yeah, I know not quite a week ago, they had, like, the US chat servers went down entirely. So, yeah, so for what that's going on, for those watching on YouTube, it is going to be going down. I'm going to be wrapping up for tonight. But thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube side. If you have enjoyed tonight's content on the Twitch side, don't forget to, you know, drop a follow, all that good stuff. I do apologize about, like, the jumping off suddenly kind of thing. But it's